Apple and says, I will share with you billions of dollars that I make from ads through my search engine if you promise to make my search engine the default and not allow any other search engines to be the default.
Right. So they're the default for other web browsers. I mean, a lot of people use Google Chrome, but
Sure, right.
Firefox or all the other ones, Google's embedded in that too.
Exactly. So they were able to lock up the entire supply chain and channel of where users go to use a search engine. And that just made it so much harder for anyone, even a $1 trillion corporation like Microsoft, to get a foot in the market.
And it's incredible how much money companies spend because there's a way to try to get your company's results higher in Google searching. There's a whole set of ways to go about that. I mean, it's very complicated.
Yeah. And I think, one of the hard things that Google encountered in the trial, they would argue, well, we're just the best. People want to use us. Apple would make us the default search engine even if we didn't pay them. Well, then why do you pay them, right? You're not throwing billions of dollars away for nothing. And that goes to what you're talking
Apple
about.
could build its own search engine, but why would they if they're being paid by Google?
Why waste the money and take the risk when you can just share in the monopoly rents from Google?
So you talked about what's next. What kinds of sanctions does Google face?
So there's two categories in a case like this that you're going to look at. There's structural relief and there's injunctive relief. Structural relief would be like that's breaking up the company, right? Should we separate search from the rest of Google, or should we break up maybe verticals, right? The travel search, the local search, should those be separated from the general search in some way? We'll see if the judge goes that route, but there's also the injunctive relief, which is really restricting Google's behavior going forward, saying you did these things in the past that were bad. You can't do that going forward. And perhaps in addition, right, there's going to be maybe a monitor who says, I want to make sure you're not going to be doing anything similar that might, affect competition in this market in other ways that haven't arisen yet, or in new markets like AI, right? That's the big thing on the frontier. I think the Department of Justice and the court are going to be looking very seriously at how Google could leverage its monopoly power in search to gain an unfair advantage in artificial intelligence and all of the ways that impacts, advertisers and publishers and users across the ecosystem.
Could this cost Apple or Samsung or others? I mean, if Google's paying Apple all this money, will the judge say you can't do that anymore?
It's quite possible, and Google then will have to live or die based on the merits of its product and have to convince those manufacturers and users to use Google instead of a competing option. And maybe you have another search engine like DuckDuckGo or Bing, or now a new search engine, right? You could have new entrants. I would expect to see a lot of money from the VC community interested in saying, where can we invest in a new search engine that does this better? Because now there's a path to market, right? Now we're not being blocked by Google. And so those could come in and perhaps provide new options.
Okay. So Microsoft had its monopoly ruling years ago, and a judge tried to break the company up, but it didn't work. Where's Microsoft now, all these years later after that?
They're quite successful. As far as I know, they've not disappeared. I think that's an important consideration. There's a lot of talk, mostly from kind of the big tech shills about, oh, we're going to destroy Google, search is going to be ruined, you're punishing a successful company. And what we find is that, no, when companies are subject to legitimate competitive pressures, the cream rises to the top. They succeed. That's how the free market works. And that's what I would expect to see with Google, that when they're actually faced with some real competitive pressure, they're going to have to up their game and do better. That's what we expect.
Okay. Aside from Google, we've referenced Apple. Apple is dealing with its own issues, right? Isn't the government also preparing monopoly cases against some of these other big tech giants?
They are. With Apple, it has to do with the way they run the App Store. A lot of these companies have carved out little niches for themselves across the internet ecosystem where they have monopoly power, and they're all using the same playbook, right? You lock up the space that you've got and try to keep out competition so that you control the pace of innovation and you reap all the rewards.
All right. So Meta, Amazon, are they also facing similar cases?
They're facing antitrust lawsuits. The theories are a bit varied with the companies, but the theme is the same as far as, again, gaining this dominant, controlling monopoly position And then engaging, it's not illegal to have a monopoly and to obtain one through fair competition. What's illegal is what Google did, which was using these exclusionary contracts to keep out your competition and not compete on the merits. And that's ultimately the basis for all of the suits against each of those companies.
All right. Now, obviously with Meta, I mean, they're the Facebook parent company, but there's a lot of places that have become, social media sites and apps for people over the years. Amazon's a giant when it comes, obviously, to retail and online selling and all the other things. I mean, they're prime on TV. They have a lot of different things that they do. Does the victory for the government against Google make it a little more scary for some of these other companies to fight their antitrust lawsuits?
I think it does for a couple reasons. One, that we were reaffirming the holding on these sorts of exclusionary contracts that are particularly at issue with Google as violating antitrust law. So if I'm, another big tech company, or even honestly another large corporation that has similar contracts, I'm calling my lawyers today to reevaluate the implications of those. But the second one is sort of an atmospheric change, which is courts are not afraid to make groundbreaking rulings when it's necessary to protect consumers. I think that a lot of these companies have tried to skate by on their lobbying efforts and PR campaigns to convince everyone that, hey, everything's fine. We're great American companies. We're on your team. You should support us. And the truth is they're not often, and that they are engaged in harmful conduct that hurts consumers, and judges can see through the BS arguments and get to the heart of the issue.
Of course, Google's going to appeal. And what if this case went up and they won on appeal and it got to the Supreme Court? Does the Supreme Court, where is it on the monopolistic issues?
We don't know. And that's one of the problems in antitrust law has been how few cases make it up to the Supreme Court to give us guidance on how the law is evolving and how antitrust law should apply to these new internet ecosystem markets. It's existential for Google, and it's a key legal theory that our antitrust enforcers are pursuing right now that's going to have implications for other cases. So I think it will go all the way to the Supreme Court. There's been a lot of talk about the Biden administration, stretching the bounds of antitrust. This really isn't implicated here. This case began under the Trump administration. The complaint that was filed was very consistent with existing antitrust precedent. I think if this gets to the Supreme Court, it's really an easy case to say, look, we don't have to change the law. We don't have to bend over backwards and engage in any new novel legal theories. This is pretty straightforward anti-competitive conduct that's always been prohibited.
Mark Metter, visiting fellow at the Heritage Foundation's Tech Policy Center. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Wake up with Kayal and Company. Mornings 6 till 10. Talk Radio 1210.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential. But finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
For eligible individuals 18 and older only. Results vary. See JobraEnhance.com/try for details and important safety information.
How are your hearing aids sounding now?
A little tinny.
Okay, 2 seconds.
With Jabra Enhance Select's premium package, better hearing doesn't happen in a doctor's office. It happens at home, all done remotely from initial testing to adjustments.
How are they sounding now?
Fantastic. So much better.
You get the same advanced hearing aid technology and professional support you expect from a clinic at a fraction of the cost. And if you have any issues, we'll make adjustments 7 days a week, no charge.
Oh, you people are wonderful.
Our premium package includes hearing aids, 3 years of follow-up care, plus a 3-year warranty with loss and damage coverage, and a 100-day money-back guarantee.
I hear better than I ever thought possible.
Save $300 on Enhanced Select 500 hearing aids automatically at checkout. Just go to JabraEnhance.com/try. That's JABRA Enhance.com/try. JabraEnhance.com/try.
This is Len Lundy of Lundy Law. Every year, millions are hurt in car accidents. The numbers are overwhelming. But if you're injured in an accident, don't feel overwhelmed. Call Lundy Law. We remove the stress and get you the maximum compensation you deserve. We hope we never meet because of an accident. But if we do, we're here for you. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit LundyLaw.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Vice President Kamala Harris selects Minnesota Governor Tim Walz as a running mate. Republican Vice Presidential nominee J.D. Vance spoke to supporters at a rally in South Philly. And 2 Nigerian men are charged with sexually extorting a Philadelphia college student.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Let me tell you about my buddy, Dr. Mike Veneri, a great guy. Whether you're looking for pediatric, general, cosmetic, or implant dentistry, look no further. Dr. Veneri and his award-winning team, they have your whole family covered, just like mine. Dr. Veneri's office exceeds CDC guidelines and has always maintained the strictest infection control with centralized UV sterilization of airflow to ensure your safety. Locations right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com.
Join us as we honor the late, great former Phillies president and CEO David Montgomery on Toyota Phillies Wall of Fame Night, Saturday, August 17th at 6:05 when the Phils host the Nats. Order tickets now at Phillies.com. You're on the hook for a great time when the Marlins visit Citizens Bank Park to take on the Phils Tuesday, August 13th and Wednesday, August 14th, both at 6:40. Visit Phillies.com to get tickets today.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. The Democratic presidential team making its debut at a Philadelphia rally after Kamala Harris chose Minnesota Governor Tim Walz as her running mate.
I couldn't be prouder to be on this ticket and to help Vice President Harris become what we all know is very, very good for us to think about. Next President of the United States of America.
Republican Vice Presidential candidate J.D. Vance at another rally, blasting Harris's pick.
Kamala Harris listened to the Hamas wing of the party. She selected Tim Walz, a guy who wants to ship more manufacturing jobs to China.
Missouri Representative Cori Bush becoming the second progressive squad member to lose in this year's primaries. Speaking in St. Louis, she blamed her loss on pro-Israel activists.
Attack! I'm coming to tear your kingdom down!
She was defeated by Wesley Bell in a race reflecting deep divisions in the war in Gaza. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
It was a good day at the Summer Games for American Olympians. The United States women's soccer team defeated Germany 1-0, with Sophia Smith breaking a scoreless tie in the 95th minute of extra time to send the U.S. to the title match on Saturday against Brazil. In men's basketball, Team USA is 2 wins away from a 5th consecutive gold medal after beating Brazil 122-87, and they'll face Serbia in the semifinals on Thursday. On the track, American Gabby Thomas won the gold in the women's 200-meter final, and American Cole Hawker took home the gold in the men's 1,500-meter final, setting an Olympic record with his time. That's sports. On the Fox News Rundown, I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
Today's media is ad-libs. You just use a different adjective or verb and you just write in the open blanks on the headline and the story and then repost the same crap over and over and over again. What does all this become? Sports it should be the playground of life. I don't care going to a stadium who I'm sitting next to. Far too many people now are trying to push a narrative that I should care who I'm sitting next to. I don't, because it's the game. We have that and a concert where I highly doubt people on the left or the right really listen to the lyrics that they find catchy in a song nowadays. That's about all you can do is a concert or a game. And for what some players have done off the field, if they're good on the field, by God, we're going to stand up and cheer. That's just what happens. Those are the only two places where you don't care. I hope we can keep it that way instead of covering a reaction to a shot of a fan in the stands. From Outkick.com, I'm Jonathan Hutton for the Fox News Rundown.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
What's better than saving? Saving with certainty. Open a First Harvest Credit Union 7-month certificate online and earn 5.25% APY. Visit firstharvestcu.com/online exclusives to learn more about this online-only offer. Want more reasons why we're a better place to grow? Check out our other savings options, like our growth savings account with amazing rates. First Harvest Credit Union, serving the Delaware Valley for over 84 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy. Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com. Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again, at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text BICEP to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text BICEP to 321-321. That's BICEP to 321-321.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-656-1551. That's 800-656-1551. 800-656-1551.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
This is Len Lundy of Lundy Law. When we say we hope you are never involved in an accident, we mean it. But if you're injured in an accident, we will work quickly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. And when we also say it won't cost you a dime up front, we mean it. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit LundyLaw.com.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor. Every Saturday afternoon at 5, I talk with doctors and medical specialists from around the country to discuss the latest information about heart disease, cancer prevention, topics in women's health, pediatrics, mental health, and more. Then you can make better decisions for yourself and your loved ones. Your radio doctor, Saturdays at 5, here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, because your health is your wealth.
The doctor's office that mixed up your files has your Social Security number. The power company that mistakenly cut your service has your payment info and last 3 addresses. Your info is in endless places that could accidentally expose your info to identity theft. That's why LifeLock monitors millions of data points every second. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed or your money back. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code CLAY at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Hey, Donald Trump Jr. here. Central banks are buying gold at record amounts, and the trend is accelerating in 2024. They see the writing on the wall. The dollar is failing. Is gold the answer for you too? To find out, get a free info kit from Birch Gold Group by texting the word HEDGE to 989898. That's HEDGE to the number 989898 to get your free info kit on gold IRAs from Birch Gold, the only gold company I trust right now.
Message and data rates may apply.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Wednesday, August 7th. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app and streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media, at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal. Dawn Stenslin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Henry Machette, our associate producers. Action-packed Wednesday, Hump Day Wednesday, as Tony Bruno will join us live from Florida coming up at 8:30 this morning. Fresh off of a doubleheader in Philadelphia yesterday. Had nothing to do with the Phillies. It had everything to do with Kamala Harris, J.D. Vance, Tim Walz, Josh Shapiro, John Fetterman. What a day. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Incredible. Well, Sherelle Parker sure had a lot of energy.
I got to tell you, I haven't seen the Leah Corus Center that raucous since I walked up to get my diploma.
It's true. That's absolutely true. They were all chanting for you.
10,000 strong chanting, "He did it. He did it." With a 3.07 GPA, am I add?
Yeah.
Oh, Gregory, how are you?
Well, I do think the Democrat base is energized, and if you say anything,
good for them.
And if you say anything else other than that this morning, you're wrong.
Shapiro gave what I thought was a very, very strong speech that the Leah Corus Center just gobbled up, and I said to myself, Tim Walz is going to have a tough act to follow when he comes on stage.
Yeah.
And then Kamala.
Yeah. And they both came out to a giggling reaction. I mean, obviously the crowd was on fire.
Yeah.
But, man, they were both doing the laugh and the cackle.
Yeah.
What is that about?
They're all, by the way, they're all doubling down on the weird thing. John Fetterman said it.
Well, the GOP is saying it too.
Walz
it's like weird versus weird.
Walz said it.
It's a weird time to be alive.
They're really doubling down on this.
Yeah.
I don't understand it.
Do you think they did like some kind of survey or
that's what the Democrats? Yes, that's what the Democrats do.
Which word will they react to?
Whereas
creepy or weird?
Whereas Trump just kind of throws out names and throws out words. The Democrats have to go through a 90. It's like being in corporate America. 97 people have to sign off on it.
Let's use this buzzword.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and you've been in those meetings.
Yeah.
And I never will be. The other thing I would say, too, and I thought Frank Luntz, Republican pollster, nailed it. He goes, in his lifetime, he's never seen a VP selection where both the Democrats and the Republicans love the selection. Think about
Really?
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, because yesterday everybody was ecstatic on the GOP side. Thank God they chose Tim Walz over Josh Shapiro, which, again, I think it's a gift, and we'll get to that in the big take. But the Democrats love it, especially the progressive wing. And Trump and Vance love it because it defines Kamala Harris's campaign for the first time. And now they can continue to go on the attack because really nothing changes. Tim Walz, by the way, if that isn't the definition visually of a sloppy Midwestern rube, I don't know what is.
Here's a piece of
what a schlub he looks like.
Here, dude, you're sounding elitist, brother. Here's a piece of information for you. Brad Pitt is older than Tim Walz. Just let that sink in for a second. Brad Pitt, older than Tim Walz.
So we're saying Walz is aged poorly?
A little bit.
All I'm
Which
saying.
shows you age is,
Exactly.
Or
maybe secondary or third.
Or it shows you that Brad Pitt and Hollywood are taking anti-aging stuff.
But, Nick, you will like this. Walz took a high school football team from going 0-27. No, wait. From, whatever it is being,
anyway,
not winning a game to winning the championship in 3 years.
Oh, now we've got our replacement here for Nick Sirianni when he gets canned this year. What a show. What a day. We got a lot to get to. This is going to be a good one. Before we get to all of that, let's get to the news. Round number one, right off the top rope at 6:05. The great Dawn Stenzel.
Hey, good morning. Wednesday morning, August 7th. A lot of weather delays and a lot of weather-related information to deal with. Heavy rainfall that fell across our entire region, especially South Jersey, other parts of the region, last night into the overnight hours, leading to flooding problems into this morning. So I know that, for example, Route 130, Andover Road in Cinnaminson, this is New Jersey, South Jersey, crews shutting down the highway there, the roadway there due to flooding, major traffic backups across our region with different accidents, down trees, as well as flooding. So just a heads up there, put the Waze on, listen to us, your sister station, KOW News Radio, as you make your way in, but it's a little bit of a messy commute. And as well, we still have backups and problems at PHL. So they're dealing with airport. So travel this morning is not fun, but the forecast is moving forward. Because you know what? We're at 71 degrees, and it's still warm, but nothing like we've seen. So we're going to get some relief. That is for sure. We are sponsored this morning in Kayal and Company News Live by American Heritage Credit Union this morning. And yes, Leocora Center packed yesterday, raucous crowd. You'll hear Nick Kayal's big take on all of that. But Harris and Walz making their first joint appearance as running mates during that huge Temple rally. Again, Philadelphia, the focus nationally, all the media here, and Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, as I called it yesterday, Pennsylvania Passover, but was gracious and really received that huge ovation from the crowd there. And so we'll be talking about that this morning, the media analysis of it. Mayor Sherelle Parker on Live with Jake Tapper on CNN, and that was a bit of a treat. J.D. Vance holding his own rally in South Philadelphia, all that reaction. We also have a 17-year-old killed, several other people injured following that crash in Whitehall Township. Lehigh County officers, coroner, identifying that victim is Javian Rivera, Lower Macungie Township. That crash happening overnight on Orchard Drive. Police say the driver losing control of the car, striking a pole, flipping over, horrific accident. And in this, the 17-year-old was ejected from the vehicle, died at the scene.
Oh, wow. You said Orchard?
Yes.
I know exactly where that is. Yeah, Lehigh Valley, Whitehall.
So we have a lot of bad accidents, a lot of slipping and sliding, a lot of flooded roadways. Just can't stress enough to drive safely.
Yeah, and put the phone
Pretty
down.
Slippery. Well, you know what you made me think of when you said that just now is that Pennsylvania, we just passed the law, finally, hands-free.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a piece of this,
Yeah.
that's an extra ticket.
Right.
Just a heads up on that one. So the heavy rains, flooding, leading to all of these problems, and that's really across our region. finally, before I just give you a quick forecast, I did want to let you know, shark. It really was.
I saw that.
Jaws. Did you see this?
Yeah, in Cape May, right?
Yes,
yeah.
Cape May.
Yeah, there's a picture of
a great white.
Dun, dun, dun. Oh yeah, it looks like Jaws. I mean, people were going crazy on the beach talking about this. So yesterday afternoon, it was still nice, like 3:00ish in Cape May.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And this is it looks huge.
Okay. And
huge,
it was
great,
close to the shore?
Yeah.
Did he bite anybody?
No.
Oh.
So they
Gonna
said
have to call Matthew Hooper if he did.
I know. Well, the funny thing is, one of the beach patrol staff said, you're swimming amid sharks all the time. You just don't know it.
Oh, of course you are.
I don't think that's reassuring.
Well, my daughters just went down to Wildwood on Monday. My wife's one of her girlfriends took them down while she's working up at Music Fest, so they were down there, and they were all worried as they were driving down, texting my wife, "Are there sharks in the water? What about the jellyfish?" And I'm like, "Kristen, you did tell them there's sharks everywhere, right?" She's like, "No, I didn't tell them that. They'll never go in if I tell them that." Just saying.
But they did not see anything.
No. But if you've ever seen the aerial footage of the choppers above the beach, you see the sharks swimming around right while everybody's just having a good old time.
Oh, my God.
Uh-huh.
So.
Yeah, I'll hang out on the sand. I'm good.
Yeesh. Well, with Phils are good, too. 6-2 against the Dodgers. So we eked out a win.
Oh, that's nice.
That's yeah.
What are we, like 4-13, our last 17?
Hey. You're only as good as your last show.
Well, they win the if the Dodgers and the Phillies, what I hear, if the Dodgers and the Phillies end up with the same record at the end of the season, the Phillies win the tiebreaker because winning yesterday's game.
Okay.
Because we're prettier.
Right. And the season series is over with them now? I'm assuming that's the
regular?
Yeah. They won't be playing each other again the rest of the regular season?
No. Well, they have the rubber match game today.
Okay. Is that a getaway day? Can I actually watch that game, or is that going to be another 10:40 first pitch?
It's 10:10, yeah.
God, I hate the West Coast.
Yeah. But we love American Heritage Credit Union. Buying a home with My CU Home Connection Program through American Heritage Credit Union, you unlock exclusive cash rewards, benefits, discounts. So learn more. AmericanHeritageCU.org/Home Connection. This is American Heritage Credit Union, insured by NCUA. Not a member? Just join today. NMLS 433838. You're going to love the forecast today. 77 degrees, sunny skies with, yes, clouds, but lower humidity. We're not going to feel the sauna the tropical feeling of the sauna. Not going to have that. So enjoy 77 today and tomorrow. And then coming in Friday, the remnants of Debbie, which is obviously now a tropical storm. Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:11 on this Wednesday morning. Let's get to a midweek big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Tickets are punched as Kamala gives the GOP a gift. It's official. It'll be Donald Trump and J.D. Vance against Kamala Harris and Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. The news coming down as we wrapped up the 8 o'clock hour of Kayal and Company on Tuesday morning, as both Kamala Harris and J.D. Vance were in Philadelphia for rallies. Call it left and lefter, call it woke and woker, call it a big fat thank you from the Democrats to the Republicans. When somebody tells you who they are, you should listen. Kamala Harris is who we thought she was, a far-left, progressive radical raised by a Marxist father. Somebody who uses the term equity as code for socialism. Had Kamala Harris selected Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro, which I would have, I believe it would have given her the Keystone State and put her one step closer to winning the 2024 election. But in my opinion, she allowed identity politics, anti-Semitism, pressure from the progressive squad Dems and the lunatic left fringe that support BLM riots, defunding the police, open borders, COVID freedom restrictions, and pro-Palestinian protests to force her hand away from Shapiro and towards Walz. Here was Kamala Harris yesterday releasing this video on social media as she confirms the reports that Tim Walz would be her running mate. Listen and watch this.
Hi, this is Tim.
It's Kamala Harris. Good morning, Governor.
Good morning, Madam Vice President.
Listen, I want you to do this with me. Let's do this together. Would you be my running mate and let's get this thing on the road?
I would be honored, Madam Vice President.
The joy that you're bringing back to the country, the enthusiasm that's out there, it'll be a privilege to take this with you across the country.
Well, let me tell you, I have just the utmost respect for you. I have really enjoyed our work together. You understand our country. You have dedicated yourself to our country in so many different and beautiful ways. And we're going to do this. We're going to win. And we're going to unify our country and remind everyone that we are fighting for the future for everyone. So let's get out there and get this done, okay?
Let's do it. Do the work in front of us. Let's win this thing.
That's right. All right, buddy. I'll see you soon. Take care. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah.
Bye.
What is it with Democrats and Harris specifically where they feel the need to always be videotaping while they're on speakerphone? Weird. You'll hear from both of them in Philadelphia last night as we move forward this morning and on the cut sheet at 7:45. But does Walz move the needle for the middle class, for middle America, out in the rural sections of the country? And can he deliver the Rust Belt? Can he be a Rust Belt savior for Kamala, much like Trump is hoping J.D. Vance will be in the battlegrounds like Wisconsin, Michigan, and, of course, Pennsylvania? If past performance is an indicator, the answer is no. But don't take that from me. Here's MSNBC's election polling guru Steve Kornacki showing how Walz doesn't resonate outside of the Twin Cities of Minneapolis. Listen and watch this clip.
This is Stearns County. This is in greater Minnesota. This is similar to a lot of the terrain you see in Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. Walz lost this by 23 points. How does that compare to Joe Biden in 2020? Joe Biden lost the same county by 23 points. How does that compare to Hillary Clinton in 2016? Hillary Clinton lost it by 28 points. And now here's the key, because this county, Democrats used to be much more competitive in. Look at this. In 2012, Barack Obama won 43% of the vote in this county. It was only a little bit more than 10 points that he lost to Romney by here. The floor fell out for Democrats here when Trump came along in that Clinton race in 2016, and they haven't recovered it since. And then in the rest of greater Minnesota, small town Minnesota, where the Democrats have been losing ground, Walz performed basically just like Biden did as well. So, look at his electoral history. Tim Walz is in 2022, and the idea that he's got this automatic appeal with these small town areas in those three key battleground states, you don't see it in what he actually did on the ballot in 2022. Now, that doesn't mean it can't happen. See how this story, once it gets told, does it resonate with voters? Does it act? I mean, you have no idea of knowing when these things start. But what we can look at here is what he's actually done as a candidate in Minnesota. And honestly, when you look at Walz's victory in 2022 in Minnesota, it looks like Biden's victory in Minnesota in 2020, not a different coalition.
And that right there is why I believe he's a gift to the GOP. He's so left that Gavin Newsom is right of him. And that's a hard feat to pull off. And what makes him the most dangerous progressive governor in America is actually the receipts, the history. Here was Walz in 2020 during the BLM riots. Listen and watch this clip.
A society that does not put equity and inclusion at the center of it is certainly going to eventually come to the places where we're at. This is a moment of inflection. It's a moment of real change. It's a moment that those folks who are out there demanding this are not going to take a commission or a report. They're going to want fundamental change. And that is what I think, that's one of the exciting things in the midst of all this. You can feel a sense of optimism coming back.
Weird. But you know what? He's got the talking points memorized, right? Equity and inclusion. I'd argue that a society that doesn't put meritocracy and capitalism first is doomed to fail. Have you ever seen people fleeing capitalistic societies for socialist or communist countries? No. Geez, wonder why. But what about Kamala Harris's biggest political liability? We know what her vulnerability is. It is immigration and the southern border. And surely Mr. Walz is all about protecting the southern border, right? Wrong. Listen and watch.
And I think seeing a plan that's out there, talking about it with folks, knowing that he's not going to do anything. He talks about this wall. I always say, let me know how high it is. If it's 25 feet, then I'll invest in the 30-foot ladder factory. That's not how you stop this.
Weird. It's almost as if the man thinks national security is like a game of chutes and ladders. Remember that board game, especially with the really long ladder that got you almost all the way to the top? But what about gender identity and that absurdity? I think the Trump campaign was expecting this, and they were ready for this pick. Because as soon as Walz was confirmed by CNN and the Associated Press that he would be Harris's VP, they rolled out this ad, and here is where the Minnesota governor stands when it pertains to men being in women's safe spaces. Listen and watch this.
What could be weirder than signing a bill into law that requires schools to stock tampons in boys' bathrooms? Or weirder than signing legislation allowing minors to receive sex change operations? Try electing the man who signed those bills Vice President of the United States. Enter Chief Weirdo Tim Walz. As governor of Minnesota, Walz supported legislation that endangers minors, hurts women, and puts radical ideology ahead of common sense. Now Kamala wants Walz to enforce those laws on a national scale. Tim Walz, too weird, too radical.
This is also a man that signed legislation that says you can castrate your child at any age, and if you don't acknowledge their gender change, the state can take your kid away from you. I also wonder if he was at the Olympics watching men punch women in the face on the global stage. But I'm sure I'm the weird one for finding that sort of brutality wrong. But his wife, the First Lady of Minnesota, might be the queen of all weirdos, and she might need clinical help. Here was his wife during the BLM riots in Minneapolis, soaking in the scent. Listen and watch this.
I would say those first days, when there were riots, I could smell the burning tires. And that was a very real thing. And I kept the windows open for as long as I could because I felt like that was such a touchstone of what was happening.
That right there, folks, is Donald Trump's worst nightmare on Election Day at the ballots. A female like that. You can take that to the bank. She kept the windows open. Weird. Michelle Tafoya, longtime Minnesota resident and former sportscaster for NBC, now out of mainstream media and broadcasting from a conservative perspective, said the following, quote, I have lived in Minnesota since 1994. It has gone from being one of the safest, prettiest places to live to under Walz, one of the saddest. Police morale has plummeted. More people have left than have moved in. He let our cities burn, has lost over $500 million of taxpayer money to scandals, blamed the spread of COVID on youth sports, and much more. The country will clearly have a choice between leftism and freedom, end quote. So when you look at Tim Walz, Kamala Harris's vice president selection, you look at his body of work, BLM riots, strict COVID lockdowns and mask mandates, pandemic relief fraud investigations. He's also been involved with interference in police shooting cases. This guy is exactly what most Americans want no part of. A power-hungry, rules for thee but not for me, left-wing loon. But I don't think the apple falls far from the political tree. Or, in the words of Kamala Harris, perhaps that's a coconut. Harris and Walz, weird and weirder, left and lefter. Is the honeymoon over? Not if you look at the Liacouras Center last night. We'll see, but for now, maybe it lingers another 10 days or so until the convention in Chicago. And then when the pro-Palestinian protests come, more on that coming up in a little bit, I do think the honeymoon will be officially over. But the Trump campaign, in my opinion, just got another injection of energy after what even Vivek Ramaswamy said last night on television has been a rough 14 days for the Trump campaign as we had to live through the Harris media spin cycle. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, big take this morning. If you want to jump in, thoughts and reactions, you can certainly do so. 855-839-1210 on social media at 1210 WPHT, the YouTube chat as well. And you can leave us your voice messages on the Odyssey voice machine. Just go to the Odyssey app, hit the little microphone next to the Listen Live tab, and we will play the best ones coming up at 9:40 this morning. We'll come back, get everybody's thoughts and reaction to a busy day. A day in which J.D. Vance was almost drowned out. It's Kayal and Company live here on a Wednesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. When I set out to build our firm, it was built for greatness. It was built for you. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Today, Morgan & Morgan has more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world. If you or anyone in your family has been injured, call America's largest injury law firm. Call Morgan & Morgan. ForThePeople.com.
Visit ForThePeople.com for an office near you.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there, investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
We have a man who's a warrior, a great military person. Dave McCormick is a seventh-generation Pennsylvanian who grew up in Bloomsburg, went to West Point, and earned a Bronze Star for his service in the First Gulf War. Dave went on to an outstanding career in business, and now he's fighting for the people of this Commonwealth, and he loves this Commonwealth.
Conservative Dave McCormick.
We need new leadership. We need a new president in the White House that's going to get our country back on track. We need a new majority in the Senate that's going to be able to take our country in the right direction.
Dave will vote to secure your borders, stand up to China, unleash incredible amounts of Pennsylvania energy, and he wants to stop Bidenflation. David McCormick, you have my total support and my total endorsement, and you got to win. Dave McCormick.
I'm Dave McCormick, and I approve this message.
Paid for by friends of Dave McCormick. www.davemccormickpa.com.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
40 days up to 40 pounds. Say it with me, 40 days up to 40 pounds. Visit NJDiet.com or call 855-5NJ-DIET. That's 855-5NJ-DIET. 40 days up to 40 pounds. 40 days up to 40 pounds.
Hey, pet parents, the summer season is here, and that means it's time to get outside and enjoy some sunshine with your pet. Hi, I'm George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rule stores. The stores are loaded with great summer collections of outdoor and interactive toys. We carry the finest selection of fresh diets, like gently cooked, raw, freeze-dried, air-dried, dehydrated, baked, and of course, traditional kibble and cans. Dogs and Cats Rule with 7 neighborhood locations. Visit dogsandcatsrule.pet. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Hey, it's Joe DeCamera. Right now, stop by United Tire and say you want to trade in your tires, and you'll get $100 off 4 new tires. No promo code needed. And you'll get United Tire's no-fault road hazard coverage for free. That includes free maintenance like rotations, flat repairs, and more. That's 2 amazing deals. Nobody beats United. All other promotions apply, like manufacturer rebates. United Tire completes for you. Go to UnitedTire.com to find the locally owned United Tire location nearest you. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. alone drive United.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. hims.com/joy.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
What happens when Washington liberals spend trillions of dollars? Just look around. Prices are way up. They pushed a bunch of reckless spending, and Senator Bob Casey voted for it. Now we're paying higher gas prices, higher grocery prices, and higher utility bills. Casey helped create this mess by voting with President Biden 98% of the time, including voting for trillions in wasteful spending. Instead of listening to the warnings, Senator Casey sided with the liberals, causing this inflation disaster. Casey voted to let illegals take your tax dollars. He voted to let illegals collect $500 million in COVID relief checks. It's more for illegals and less for us. Come on, Senator Casey. That's just not right. Call Senator Casey at 202-224-6324. Tell him to put Pennsylvania families first and fix his inflation disaster. Support S575, the Fight Inflation Through Balanced Budgets Act. Paid for by One Nation, onenationamerica.org.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
.630, Kayal and Company, as we continue fired up on a Wednesday. Otto, we got a lot to get to and a ton in a small window of time. Cut sheet 7:45. Tony Bruno at 8:30. It is the first Wednesday of the month. That means it's our Window Nation Veteran Spotlight. We will get to that coming up with Kathy Christian, Air Force vet. She'll join us this morning. She's a part of the Travis Manion Foundation as well. She'll stop by via Zoom at 9:30. And then your voicemails coming up. So get ready to leave those messages, Gregory. Better leave those messages.
Absolutely.
Hit that button. Hit that microphone,
Hit the
man.
microphone. If you're listening on the Odyssey app, hit the microphone button and leave us a voice message. We're still getting through ones from Monday. There are so many. People have left so many voice messages. We're still getting through the ones from Monday. So we will get to yours.
Wednesday?
I know. There's so many, Dawn.
It's just like the cut sheet. It's just like the content, the stories. We get through like 62% of what we plan on a normal day.
If we're lucky.
If we're lucky, yes. All right, 855-839-1210. So I think two things are in play here yesterday. One, I think Tim Walz being nominated and selected as Kamala Harris's running mate, solidifying the Harris-Walz ticket, is truly a gift to Republicans and a gift to the GOP. But that's a separate thing from what we saw yesterday with the energy in Philadelphia at the Leah Corus Center at Temple University. And I think you have to separate the two. And we can get into Walz, and we will for sure, but also what happened yesterday on North Broad, because I've never seen a Kamala Harris event that actually had that level of juice. The Leah Corus Center holds about 10,000 people.
12.
Is it 12?
It is.
Okay. The 6 ABC story had 10, but then again, it could very well be 12. But bottom line, that arena was packed.
It was.
Packed. I mean, it had almost Trump-like vibes as far as energy goes. You throw in Shapiro, you throw Sherrell Parker, you throw Fetterman. You know, everybody of relevance for that side of the political aisle was there. And I thought Shapiro, was very professional. Kind of a lesson for life. If you want to burn a bridge, knock yourself out. But if you don't get to where you want to get to in the heart of your career, don't burn a bridge. Shapiro easily was the better choice, in my opinion. Kamala Harris, I think, bent the knee to the far left. But I got to tell you, and I flipped on Fox, and then they cut out of the 5, and they were showing Shapiro's speech. And I'm telling you, he owned the moment. Doesn't matter if you like him. Doesn't matter if you like his policies. Doesn't matter if you like what he has to say. But the presentation, especially for an administration right now of Biden, Harris, the binder, they are god-awful public speakers. That is not the case with Josh Shapiro. I thought he was great yesterday. I thought it was going to be a tough act for Harris and Walz to follow. We can get into some of the specifics for sure. But, Dawn, just your impressions yesterday, as obviously you were on when Vance was getting ready, and just kind of taking in an entire big day here in Philadelphia.
Yeah, big things happen in Philadelphia. We think about being, for us, a local story, but we were the national story yesterday. Right. Everybody, all the national media was here. And you think about how important everybody look at it, not from, it's hard because we're local. It's hard to think of how everybody else is looking at it. But clearly, Democrats and Republicans believe that we here in Pennsylvania are the key to the White House.
And I think a lot of people are right when they say that.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, why else? They're all here. Why would Harris, even though, and I still wonder, were they planning this just because of Pennsylvania's importance and that Philadelphia delivers?
Well, they're doing.
Were they planning this? You know what I mean?
They're doing a tour of swing states. They're going to like 7 stops in 5 days or something like that. They're going to Wisconsin. They're going to Michigan. They're going all over the place.
And they canceled the North Carolina stuff that was due for, I think, tomorrow because of obviously the remnants of Debbie, tropical storm. So they did cancel NC. But to me, I was asking Phil Almquist, we were at the coffee machine. I said, Phil, is there a concert? Because he's our, music czar over here. But I said, besides Greg, I said, is there a concert that you can think of where the warm-up act was, just so much better and blew the main act out of the water? That's how I felt.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Watching Shapiro.
Mm-hmm.
And then even Sherelle Parker, she was on with Jake Tapper on CNN.
Fake strapper.
I got a kick. I did get, and Jake is a local guy, but I did get a kick out of her. And she, what, you didn't?
No. I'm just like, the Josh Shapiro thing, he's an Obama wannabe. And you can hear it in his voice. Mm-hmm. He has the same affect of it. He's trying to be him. His voice was cracking yesterday. Mm-hmm. Like, I get it.
That's the way he speaks, Greg.
I don't, that's
the way he speaks.
No.
Okay, I will say the GSD, I'm going to get show done, like how you said. That whole thing that he says, and it got a huge round of applause, that's just not him. And I think that's what you're reacting to, Greg Stocker.
No, he's the chameleon, right?
He's not a chameleon.
You don't think so?
He's trying to be hip and stuff like that.
Hang on. Phil, can you pull up cut 13 here? Like this, if you can't listen to this clip and say...
Close your eyes while you hear this, too.
He's trying to be Obama.
Right.
Like, I just, cut 13, Phil, if you can right now, go.
Each of us has a responsibility to get off the sidelines, to get in the game, and to do our part. Are you ready?
It's the ascension. It's the extension of each word.
Are you ready to form a more perfect union?
His voice is cracking.
Yeah.
Are you ready to build an America where no matter what you look like, where you come from, who you love or who you pray to, that this will be a place for you?
Mm-hmm. I feel it. I see it.
If you're watching, on YouTube,
the next president of the United States in the eye and say, "Hello, Madam President."
He's like going through puberty,
like Peter Brady.
I was just gonna say Peter Brady, but like even his motions, even the way he tilts his head, he's just trying to be Obama.
Right.
Yeah, but
it's nauseating.
Isn't every Democrat younger guy? Isn't Obama the ultimate?
He's their god.
Right?
He's their higher power.
But
Yes.
it's not. You don't hear people like. Okay, it's one thing to adopt his policies or his, maybe his, but he's doing his cadence.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's trying to sound like him.
Yes.
It's just, there's
But I think it will work. I mean, I'm telling in 2028, whether Kamala has served a first term or it's the end of a second Trump term, I mean, he's going to be the guy. I have no doubt in my mind his approval rating in Pennsylvania, no matter what you want to say, is about 60%. I think he's far more liked in his own state that he governs than Tim Walz is.
I think that they looked at Pennsylvania as a state that Kamala Harris can win with or without Josh Shapiro.
I agree.
I think that they're looking at Walz for other. See, the difference between those two, in my opinion, between Walz and look, I know nothing about him. All I know about him is what's come out, and anybody else who says they've been following his career is lying.
No.
So what I saw yesterday in just that appearance was Josh Shapiro, who's trying to be a politician. He's trying to be Obama. And I saw Walz, who I felt was like a folksy.
That's why I said
uncle or something.
That's
you know
why
what I mean?
said he comes off as a Midwestern schlub that just to me is. And here's the sources that back up what I'm saying. It's not just my reaction of what I see visually, because look, optics shouldn't matter. It's about, can you actually govern? Are your policies effective? And then the other nonsense about speeches and how tall you are and all this other crap. But some of the sources are saying that Kamala Harris was afraid that Josh Shapiro would steal her spotlight and also alienate the anti-Israeli progressives. This is sources according to the New York Post that said Shapiro said Harris and her, quote, exceptionally strong VP pick, Tim Walz, had his, quote, enthusiastic support. And he says his work is far from finished. He's going to help over the next 90 days. But political consultant Hank Scheinkopf told the Post that Shapiro was, quote, too hot to pick as Harris's running mate because of his pro-Israel record, and that Walz was a closer, safer pick. The ticket would have been too pro-Israel. Harris doesn't need a battle over Israel and Gaza. And then he goes on to talk about how basically he would steal the spotlight and the shine from Kamala. So what do? You grab the guy that you know is not a threat to your throne. That to me is Tim Walz right there. Happy to be there. He's out there clapping, smiling, laughing. Took whatever medication Kamala takes before she starts going into a giggle fest. The whole thing. And they came out to Beyonce's Freedom song yesterday. And pick up on the words, because words mean the world to the left. They're now using the word freedom. They've kind of pivoted away from threat to democracy and dictator on day one. You'll still hear that. But they're using the words freedom. So they were using freedom under the guise of abortion, female reproductive rights, freedom of your body. But you can easily, if you're trying to counter-program that word freedom from the right, so it's what? Freedom to castrate children? Yet you don't have the freedom, or they tried to take away your freedom to vote for Trump. They took away your freedom to vote for Joe Biden because they said, I don't care that 95% of you want Joe. He's out. We're kicking him to the curb. It's interesting that they're talking freedom, vaccine mandates, mask mandates, freedom of speech. A lot of these freedoms have been tightened up and kind of restricted by the party that is saying this election is about freedom. So I think that's something that you should pick up on in the next couple of weeks as they talk more and more and this honeymoon phase goes on, Dawn. They're using freedom. And I think if you look at the facts, you have far more freedoms under Trump.
Yeah.
Just my assumption.
Yeah. And the other criticism, I will say, of Tim Walz, and we talked about this yesterday, that, he served in the National Guard. You had James Carville going on national shows last night saying this is a combat veteran. And that's one of their talking points, that they're trying to match up with J.D. Vance, who we know his story. He signed up after 9/11, like so many people who felt called to service, and went to the combat zone and faced that. But they were very quick to come out, and the New York Post among them. But there were many former non-commissioned officers who may have served with him, and others who went to Iraq. They claim that Walz did serve in the National Guard.
Yes.
He did, and he absolutely did. But
he quit.
He quit right before he was supposed to go to Iraq.
Yeah,
they said slithered out.
We have, I will play coming up at 7:45, the man who replaced Governor Walz on the battlefield. He claims that he started a political career off a position he didn't earn in the military because he quit.
Yes.
So that's coming up at 7:45.
Right. So is this Paul Herr or Thomas Behrens, Sergeant Major?
Essentially, he bailed on war to run for office.
That's what the claim here, and it's from more than one.
Yeah.
military, somebody who served with him.
And just to highlight some of this guy's absurdities, he also, I saw this story from Reason.com, quote, he even defended Minnesota's ridiculous hotline for COVID-19 snitches. That's right. Walz's government maintained a method for people to report their neighbors for failing to abide by COVID rules, such as social distancing, and also if you left your house with a mask not on your face. Are we real? I mean, seriously, you think
Big brother.
I mean, really. Hey, this is Bill at 1910 Quarter Mile Road. Susie just left her house and she didn't have her mask on. Thank you very much, Bill. We'll look into it. That's what we're looking at here. We've got left and we've got lefter. We've got insanity from San Francisco, California, and Minneapolis, Minnesota. And if you're paying attention to some of the primaries, I don't know if this is a true indicator of what happens this fall, but now in 2 months, 2 squad Dems have been ousted. Jamal Bowman, who we know, Mr. Fire Alarm Puller, he lost his primary in New York last month. And last night, Cori Bush, squad Dem, you've heard her on the cut sheet, from the St. Louis, Missouri area, she got absolutely blown out in her primary as Wesley Bell beat her 55% to 42% and had 7,000 more votes than her. So if you've got your squad Dem bingo card up, it almost looks like a 9/11 terrorist watch list where once the government kills a terrorist, they put the big red X through him. Jamal Bowman, out. Cori Bush, out. I think AOC got reelected last month, and you have to wonder who's the next one to go. Is it Omar? Is it Tlaib? Big picture takeaway, are the squad Dems losing steam? Which is interesting because Kamala Harris has basically selected a governor who, when you look at his policies, would fit right in with the squad Dems.
Give it to the Democrat voters, though. They're the ones purging the squad from the party. Mm-hmm. So, you can say what you want about the Democrats, but it seems to me from these primaries that are happening that they're not happy with the direction the Democrats are going in, and they don't want squad members in there. So, I don't know. Is this the kind of straightening of that line? Who knows?
It's a very interesting point, but it also could go to show you that Kamala let her ego get in the way and misread the room. If Democrats are starting to abandon the squad, you selected Walz. If Democrats want more moderate to liberal policies, Shapiro would have been the guy. But, of course, you allow the anti-Israel sentiment, which, as I said yesterday when the news broke around 8:45, 8:50 yesterday, and Dawn reported as we wrapped up the cut sheet, if Josh Shapiro is of any other nationality or religion, I think he's the pick today. I really believe that. If he's Indian, if he's Italian, if he's Irish, if he's German, I really do believe it's further proof that it's anti-Semitism running amok with the left. So 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. We'll come back, wrap up the 6 o'clock hour on the other side. And what factor was Fetterman in all of this? He was there yesterday.
He was.
He put on a good show. But apparently there's a years-old beef and a squabble between John and Josh. Did that factor in to Kamala's decision? It's Kayal and Company. Back after this.
Yeah, first, we've just got to talk about our friends from Piazza Auto Group. Love Piazza. And even though it's been rainy and we had some flooding this morning, these summertime road trips coming to an end, no time like the present. Get back out on the roads for that summer road trip, the final one for this last month of summer. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles, they're always going to help you find that luxury vehicle you've been eyeing. And yes, Piazza has thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles from some of the most beautiful, powerful, sleek vehicles on our roadways right now. Mercedes-Benz, Land Rover, Jaguar, Maserati, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, and so much more. Just visit PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutomobiles.com. You can always stop by one of their Pennsylvania, Delaware, or New Jersey dealers. Tell them Dawn sent you.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZI to learn more.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Cherokee High School in Marlton, New Jersey, Saturday, October 26th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com! There's only one place to get that perfect custom gift for your special someone. Cozy Jewelers' family-owned and operated showroom in Newtown Square. See their 5 C's in person. That's color, cut, clarity, carat, and of course, the Cozy touch. If you have something unique in mind, Cozy will help you customize your piece with all work done in-house, so you always walk away with that unparalleled Cozy quality. For your custom jewelry, stop by Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square or online at cozyjewelers.com and step up to the 5th C.
Offer not valid in all states or prohibited by law. Loans are subject to lender approval. See website for details.
Honey, the credit card bill came, and we're maxed out.
Great. Maxed out cards, rent is due, bills are piling up. We just need some extra cash to help us get by.
We should do what my brother did. He went to GetCash.com and got $3,000.
With our bad credit?
GetCash.com is different. They're one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with any type of credit get up to $5,000.
I'm sure there's a lot of paperwork.
Nope. My brother said it was fast and easy. He did it right from his phone.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan of up to $5,000 in minutes, and your cash can hit your bank account as soon as the next day. Our lenders have millions of dollars to lend regardless of your credit history.
Great news! I went to getcash.com and we'll have our money as soon as tomorrow.
Wow, that is fast.
If you need extra cash, go to getcash.com. That's getcash.com. Getcash.com.
We're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that our daughters have what they need to grow and learn. But that isn't the case for nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. that struggle with hunger.
Childhood hunger is a heartbreaking reality that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste and provides it to families and children in need.
You can help kids in need in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-790-1400. 800-790-1400.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Kayal and Company, 6:52, Wednesday morning. Dawn will have some news to kick off hour number 2 in just about 10 minutes. So what factor was Fetterman at all? Interesting story coming out that John Fetterman's team warned Kamala Harris's campaign about Shapiro after the two had beef that went back years and years ago, and it actually pertains to a case in 1993 revolving around a robbery and a shooting. And this obviously goes back to the time when Shapiro was the attorney general and Fetterman was the lieutenant. According to Politico, Senator John Fetterman's advisors reportedly badmouthed his home state governor, Josh Shapiro, to Vice President Kamala Harris's campaign amidst the entire Veep sweepstakes buzz leading up to yesterday. Fetterman's beef with Shapiro dates back to a lengthy rivalry, which I was not privy to, that the duo had over the years, and his concerns that the governor, Josh Shapiro, focuses too much on his own ambitions, according to Politico. Specifically, the two feuded together during their time aboard Pennsylvania's Board of Pardons, where Fetterman was often more inclined to dish out leniency, which I do think is interesting because Fetterman was there as well yesterday. By the way, the only guy not in a suit, the only gal not in a suit. And when Fetterman came out with the black hoodie and the cargo shorts, you know what it looked like? It looked like a guy showing up for PennDOT to fix like a repair tire. Like you got all these indignitaries and these higher up, as Dawn would say, the biggity bigs. And now here comes Fetterman waddling out in his cargo shorts and his Carhartt hoodie on a very, very big day. So I think that's interesting. And Don, I'm not sure if you agree, because Fetterman has been very, very, and he's a self-proclaimed progressive, but since his stroke, he's slid a little bit away from the progressives. And since October 7th, he's been one of the few who has been very, very pro-Israel, yet when it matters most, he's not riding with Shapiro, who's pro-Israel. He's telling Kamala, avoid him. I think that's a very interesting pivot for a guy who in the last 9 months, Republicans are like, hey, Fetterman's kind of making sense as he recovers.
Yeah, doesn't this feud go back? It goes back to that clemency board.
It goes back 30 years almost.
Because I think that for Fetterman, what he did not like about Shapiro is that Shapiro is not a far left progressive, as far left certainly as Fetterman, or certainly not as much as, the top of the ticket now with Kamala Harris and Walz, who are extremely left, extremely progressive. And I'll point out to you that did not win. That did not win with Mayor Sherrell Parker.
That's right.
Right.
Helen Gim was rejected.
Yep. And remember Sherrell, Sherrell is somebody who said, get back to work.
Great point.
Philadelphia, just recently, everything, clean up Kensington. They showed up an hour early. Within like 2 hours, they had all the trucks, garbage trucks, clean that up. So Shapiro represents, a part of the party that has been more law and order, if you're looking at a scale, than these others. And so I think it, and also remember that Shapiro battled with our DA, Larry Krasner. And even more recently, with Shapiro signing into law the so-called SEPTA prosecutor. And so Shapiro's seen as somebody who's more law and order than a lot of these progressives.
Jamal Bowman, Cori Bush, Helen Gim, a lot of this left-wing nonsense is being rejected. We know it's failed policy-wise. In practice, in real-life society, we're seeing it in primaries be denounced. The only question is, will it be denounced November 5th at the top of the ticket in the big election that will decide everything? We will find out in just about 89 days. Kayal and Company, Hour 2 is on the way as we continue next here on Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Two legends, one can. Jack and Coke, the #1 cocktail in the world, is now available in a can. Jack Daniel's Tennessee Whiskey mixed with Coca-Cola, or Coca-Cola Zero Sugar, are available in a can. Is there any better time than summer grilling season for a cold Jack and Coke? Jack and Coke in a can. Born for the backyard. Available at your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirits store. Go to finewineandgoodspirits.com. Please drink responsibly. Whiskey specialty, 7% ABV. Jack Daniel Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniel's and Old Number 7 are registered trademarks of Jack Daniel's Properties Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
The milkshake that blew out Mom's blender. The short ribs that converted a vegetarian. Life's most enduring moments deserve to be set in stone. And at Colonial Marble and Granite, a timeless granite countertop can now be yours for as little as $1,999. Let the memories begin. Some restrictions apply. See colonialmarble.net for details. Colonial Marble and Granite, the cornerstone of a beautiful home.
Are you worried about the state of the economy? Concerned about market crashes and rising inflation wiping out your savings? At Noble Gold Investments, we understand your fears and have a solution. Call us today at 1-888-403-1050. Imagine safeguarding you and your family with a tangible asset that has stood the test of time. Gold. With Noble Gold Investments, you can diversify your portfolio and protect your wealth from economic turmoil. Our team will guide you through the process process ensuring you make informed decisions that best suit your needs. Call Noble Gold Investments today at 1-888-403-1050. That's 1-888-403-1050. The future is uncertain. Take control now. Call 1-888-403-1050.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
The forecast for hot summer weather should come as no surprise. And the forecast for high energy costs shouldn't either. PJ Fitzpatrick has a great plan to cool your electric bill. Replace your leaky old windows with energy efficient and budget friendly insulated windows. The PJ Fitzpatrick team, voted best of Philly, has replaced hundreds of thousands of windows. And they've earned thousands of 5-star reviews. Call today and save thousands on your windows and electric bill. Visit trustpj.com today for a free window consultation.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's also what a lot of us lack in our basement or garage. By switching to a Navien tankless water heater, not only will you have all the hot water you need whenever you need it, but you'll gain storage area as well. Maybe a place to display your space collectibles.
Highly logical.
Learn about Navien's series of high-efficiency tankless water heaters and how they don't just save space, but save dollars on your utility bills too. For more, go to tanklessmadesimple.com.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Dom Giordano at noon. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
We start at 6 a.m.
That's right. You wake up in the morning, you get ready for Kayal and Company because, as the drop just said, we start at 6 a.m. But it is 7 a.m. Hour 2 underway here on this Wednesday. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. It's Kayal and Company. Cut sheet 7:45. Tony Bruno at 8:30. Also, another opportunity to scoop up a pair of tickets to Politics and Pints. It's coming up September 12th. Donald Trump Jr., Dom Giordano. That's our morning mystery movie clip prize at 9:20 today. Veteran Spotlight at 9:30. Your voicemails. Anything else we can squeeze in today in 4 hours? What else do we have out there?
It's a lot. By the way, I don't know if you're having trouble finding the Kayal and Company program this morning on YouTube, but if you are, we need to fix that. So everybody watching right now, please hit the like button on today's show so it gets it in people's algorithms. I just tried to search us, and I couldn't find it. So.
Oh, man.
I don't know,
the old algorithms?
Yeah. I'm getting a little fed up with YouTube.
I think this audience might be saying, Greg, go to Rumble.
No, I'm not going. I'm not going to any other outlet. This is where the most people are. My job is to get the most eyes and ears on this radio show station. There you go.
855-839-1210. You can get us on social media. You can fire away in the YouTube chat. If you can find it, we'll get to a lot more, including some news and some updates with Donald Trump, another threat on his life that was actually thwarted. We'll get to that. And then also, Donald Trump takes a stunning lead in one demographic in a state he probably has no business doing so. We'll get to those details. And also, Van Jones. We know Van Jones. We love Van Jones. We love when Van cries on CNN and he's, He's in his feelings after Joe Biden was taken out to the woodshed. He says enough is enough. It's time for Democrats to come forward and have a conversation about being anti-Jewish bigots. Very strong take from Van Jones. We'll get to that as we continue this morning. Obviously, that is his reaction following Josh Shapiro being slighted by Kamala Harris. But right now, let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:03. She's never slighted, and she's always ready to go. The great Dawn Stenzel.
Good morning. Wednesday morning, August 7th. Much cooler, less humidity today, 72 degrees as we dry out from all the rain, all the storms. We are sponsored this morning by Budget Blinds in Kayal and Company News Live. The flooding, the rain has hit, impacting thousands, tens of thousands of residents across our region. And we have in South Jersey, we still have that area of 130 I've been telling you about, a jackknife tractor trailer to complicate the situation. But we also had the flooding caused a lot of weather-related delays at the Zach Bryan concert at Lincoln Financial Field. So that was going on as well last night amid all of the rain, severe weather moving through.
I got to tell you, I'm a Zach Bryan fan. Huge Zach Bryan fan. The fact that I was late to the game on him. The fact that he can sell out the Link 2 nights in a row is shocking.
Yeah, that's 130,000 people.
I mean, I know he's a Philly guy.
Yeah,
He has Philly ties. So, I get it. There's a video of him in Madison Square Garden saying, "Let's go Birds." So I guess that, but man, 2 nights at Lincoln Financial Field, and 2 of the worst nights, by the way, that he could be here.
Right. Good point.
Yeah,
especially with everything politically.
Yeah.
I think they got underway at 10 after 10 last night.
Are you serious?
Stayed, yeah.
Wow.
So it was crazy, but all those flash flood warnings. So a lot of cleanup today and just wet, mucky roads and fender benders and flooded roadways. So you just want to be careful across South Jersey, Pennsylvania, suburbs, and we do have some power outages. So we're watching all of that. Just want to give you a heads up on that one. Yeah, but Zach Bryan, I think they had a blast last night despite all of the rain. So we've got that going on. As far as Trump news this morning, and it's amazing to me is, yes, I know, we had as you called it, a double header. We had J.D. Vance, the Veep pick for Trump, South Philadelphia yesterday. Then we've talked a lot about the fact that Kamala Harris at the top of the ticket after, reaching all of her delegate numbers, not officially because obviously they have their convention upcoming in Chicago, but the first time that we've seen this joint appearance with Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, Kamala Harris, big rally here. But, pushed down in the deadlines is this Pakistani man with ties to Iran charged now over his alleged plot to assassinate, among others, former President Donald J. Trump. And I'll point out to you that the headline buries the lead to me, that this is yet another alleged plot to assassinate Trump. What we're seeing in the national headlines, if you look at the so-called mainstream media, they keep saying, to assassinate U.S. politicians and officials.
Yeah.
And they kind of bury down, right?
U.S. government officials on both political sides.
Uh-huh.
I've got that here as well.
Yeah.
Asif Merchant, 46.
46 years old. And I will say that some of the counter, arguments talking about the worst of the terrorists who come into this country, and we've talked a lot about the Southern Crosswalk and the lack of border control. But I will say this guy, didn't he fly in? They have cash.
Well, yeah. And when you're backed to the with the Iranian government, you're right. That should be the lead, because what we heard, one of the early theories, and it's I think since been debunked or never proven, was that, is Thomas Matthew Crooks involved with Iran? I mean, there's no doubt they have a bounty out, so to speak, on Donald Trump's head.
Now, they are quick to say that this plot with somebody from the Middle East and, apparently, coming here to try to assassinate Trump. And that was the name that we heard. But the plot, they say, officially, according to federal U.S. officials, is unrelated to the assassination attempt by the name you just mentioned at the Butler, Pennsylvania rally July 13th. And that was the 20-year-old who still remains a bit of a mystery as far as the 20-year-old who was shot and killed by that Secret Service sniper on site that day here in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, interesting little tidbit here is Merchant, the guy who is 46 that wanted to kill Trump and others. He tried to hire hitmen and assassins, and had no idea he was talking to undercover FBI agents. Take that, pal.
We also had another move, and that was that, remember Judge Juan Merchan from New York? He delayed a critical ruling on presidential immunity to 2 days before Trump's scheduled sentencing, because they love these dates. We talked about September 18th.
Mm-hmm.
So now we have Judge Juan Merchan in court. Originally, the immunity decision was set for September 6th, remember? Sentencing planned for September 18th. At the request of Trump's legal team, Merchan has now rescheduled the immunity ruling for September 16th. So we're looking at mid-September for some of these Trump court appearances.
Doesn't it feel like everything with Trump in court cases, doesn't that feel like it was like 5 years ago now?
Yes.
I swear to God, we don't talk about it. It can't make its way into the news cycle. If there's a headline here and there, it's like the 9th thing on a list of headlines on a website. You mentioning it right there is probably the first time our audience has probably even thought about Trump in court cases in 6-8 weeks? The last time we mentioned it was Eileen Cannon tossing the classified documents case with Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah, and you just wonder, mid-September, and so Don Jr. will be here, it'll be the 12th?
12th, yep.
And then mid-September, I would predict that if those court proceed, and it's a bookkeeping thing, so he's going to get like a fine or whatever, but it will boost fundraising. Because it just aggravates everybody, and then everybody just goes, we got to donate to Trump. Look at how ridiculous this is.
You want a wild hypothetical? This won't happen, but it's radio. We'll have theater of the mind here. Okay. So imagine the sentencing happens on September 18th, and they do put him in jail for a brief period. Imagine him debating Kamala Harris from the cell. Would that not be the greatest television event in the history of broadcasting?
It's never going to happen.
I agree.
No, because
there's no way.
They know. Look at the rallies. They use his mugshot at rallies.
Yeah.
I think they realize they probably want to bury that whole thing because they realize people just think it's way over the top.
By the way, Tim Walz has a mugshot. 1995 DUI.
It's true.
Yeah,
my man blew a .12.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Stop drinking. Stop drinking after that now. Just drinks Diet Mountain Dew, which is
another thing that'll kill you.
Yeah, you should probably just drink alcohol, bro.
Yeah, just do what I do. Drink at home.
It's a sin. Well, we are sponsored this morning. We are sponsored by Budget Blinds. Thank you for sponsoring Kayal & Company. Summer's a great time to brighten up the window treatments in your home. Budget Blinds, your one-stop shop for blinds, shades, shutters, custom drapery, as well as motorization. Just visit budgetblinds.com, budgetblinds.com for a free in-home consultation, the only no questions asked warranty in the entire business. So as we move through the forecast today, Wednesday, tomorrow for your Thursday, yes, mostly cloudy, but much lower humidity, not that tropical heat that we've been feeling. So the high 77 degrees. Moving into Friday, we will get some remnants of what was hurricane, now downgraded to a tropical storm, Debbie, that struck Florida, the southern states. We'll get the remnants there, but it looks like the weekend. Saturday looked initially yesterday like a washout. The weekend forecast getting better and better. Still, Sunday, the best day of the week. 84 degrees, lower humidity, sunny skies. So if you're making weekend plans on this Wednesday, Sunday, they're saying take that one to the bank, the better day. Weather-wise, Kayal & Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 855-839-1210. You got the weather there. Tony, Bruno, Miss Robin, they'll join us from a kayak coming up at 8:30 in Southwest Florida. Let's get a traffic update. Traffic on the 12s. Our buddy Ed in Delran, I think, has got some information on what Dawn was reporting. Ed, what's going on this morning, pal?
Well, I'll tell you what. I'm right down the street in a diner from where this big accident happened. They got both sides of the highway shut off because the tractor-trailer somehow plowed into a pole, and it's leaning against the truck.
Oh, wow.
And where's this at?
It's 1:30.
Cinnamonston and Delran, right there on the corner by the Wawa at Taylor's Lane.
Cool.
Cool. Hey, and the people, go nutty when they divert you off to other roads.
Yeah.
They try going around you in one lane traffic and all this crazy stuff.
Yeah.
I'm having flashbacks to like when the morning show on Fox goes to a diner and they have a correspondent and they ask everybody while they're eating their grits and their coffee, what they think about a political topic. We should use you as like a political reporter right now. You could go around the diner and get people's reaction to Tim Walz.
Yeah, by all means do that, because I'd even beg just to talk to Nick, Dawn, and Greg.
There you go. You know what, Ed, you just created a promo in a liner. Nice work out of
Thank
you.
you, Ed.
I would beg
He always does.
to talk to Nick, Dawn, and Greg.
Woo!
Yeah. I wonder if that truck was listening to Kayal and Company and laughing so hard
Hopefully not.
Could be.
that they crashed into a pole.
Yeah.
Hopefully everybody is okay.
Right.
Or maybe they were just at the Zach Bryan concert last night at the Link and they
Fell
were out
asleep
too late.
at the wheel. Yeah, there you go. 855-839-1210. How about this for some? The entire last 6 weeks of content has been, I didn't have this on my bingo card this year. How about this story? We talk about Trump, and we'll wrap with this, and then I want to get to some of what Van Jones had to say, and also what is possibly, if not probably, going to happen at the convention in Chicago in just about 10, 11 days. Donald Trump has now taken a stunning lead over Kamala Harris with a surprising group in a blue state. That's the headline on Fox today, as former President Trump now in the lead with Jewish voters in deep blue New York. I want to play you this clip. We had the former president on the show back on, I think it was May 10th, so just about 3 months ago. Trump joined Dawn and myself, and I asked him about the whole anti-Semitism thing going on right now with the far-left faction of the Democrat Party. Here's what 45 had to say about Democrats and Jews together moving forward, and how, if you are Jewish, how can you vote Democrat this fall? Here's what Trump had to say. How in the world could any Jewish American vote Democrat and vote Biden on November 5th?
I say it all the time. If anybody that's Jewish votes for him or Democrats, they have to have their head examined. They are being treated so badly and have been for years. Don't forget the Iran nuclear deal. Israel begged them not to do that deal. I ended it, but they begged them, and unfortunately the Democrats did nothing with it after the election was rigged, and they did nothing about it. But we would have had that whole thing worked out. But it is just amazing that a person who happens to be Jewish can be voting for this guy. Doesn't make sense to me at all. A lot of things don't make sense having to do with what they're doing, from the border to all of to men playing in women's sports. I mean, the world is like a cuckoo's nest right now with what they do.
So that was Trump 3 months ago on Kayal and Company, and Trump has garnered now the support of 50% of likely Jewish voters in New York. That according to a Siena Research Institute poll that was just released yesterday. A slight lead over Kamala Harris, who got 49% of respondents. While the lead for Trump is slim, it marks a dramatic change from the former president's prospects against Biden, who in June led Trump amongst likely Jewish voters, 52% to 46% in the state. Now, I think context matters. This is not to imply that Trump's going to win New York. I don't think he can win New York. I think it's a pipe dream. But if he's getting 50% of Jewish voters in New York against Harris, and this was on a Tuesday poll, let's think 10, 14 days out when the next wave of polls come out, after Shapiro was snubbed, after Walz was inserted. And if that is the case in New York, what does that mean in Pennsylvania? What does that mean in Wisconsin? What does that mean in Georgia, Carolina, Arizona, Nevada? Maybe what does that mean in Michigan? Obviously, I think Michigan, if you're going to placate the Tim Walz and the pro-Palestinian progressives, probably Michigan. If I had to guess right now, and I know the polls are basically a coin flip, I think Kamala Harris is going to win Michigan. But I've been saying this for months on this show. It would be the ultimate irony if the reason why Trump won and the Democrats lost is because a sizable portion of Jewish Democrats either sat it out or flipped and voted Trump and voted Republican this fall. I get it. It's a single issue. I'm not sure that single issues get you to flip. That being said, this poll, if it's accurate, I think is a big tell as to what's going to happen this fall. And I think when we look at And let's do it like the Democrats do. Let's put everybody in a group, right? It's group think. Everybody goes into a certain compartment, a certain box. You've seen black voters slowly but surely leaning more Trump. Hispanic voters slowly but surely. If the Jewish vote goes in the same pattern, again, maybe it's 5%, maybe it's 10%. It's not a majority. It's not a sizable portion. But if the election is a toss-up, all of these little gradual movements are bad news for Democrats, and I think that got highlighted yesterday with Shapiro being snubbed. I'd like to think that anyway.
Yeah, I just and in Minnesota, Ilhan Omar, she's up as well. I just think that I know that the progressives doubled down on a Bernie bro on progressives. I think this was a horrible play. I cannot even imagine that Kamala Harris, Walz, that this ticket wins because they're just not in sync with the rest of the country and with everything we've been through. And if all they have, last night it was embarrassing to constantly say, well, they're just weird. They're just weird. That's all you have.
It's a 10th grade campaign they're running.
He started that whole thing, by the way.
Yeah.
A couple
Walz
weeks
is the
ago.
original weird guy?
Walz is the original weird guy. So it's almost like then all of a sudden the Democrats adopted this whole thing.
Yeah.
It's almost like it was planned.
Yeah.
They
think that I think they think this is brilliant. But I think that with what we've been through, whether it's the economy, whether it's you look at Walz and it's all coming out. His corrupt. It wasn't just a lack of MIA. He was MIA as far as a governor when they had all of those. It was horrific in Minneapolis. My God, Minneapolis was burning.
Yeah.
But then the recovery money and all of the allegations of hundreds of millions of dollars.
Right, and we're talking about ground zero, so to speak, for George Floyd, right?
Absolutely.
Like, go back and look at the pictures and the footage of Minneapolis. It looks like Baghdad, Iraq. Yeah. It looked like a crisp war zone.
Where was he?
Sitting back, not calling for the National Guard, despite local officials saying, Governor, please call the National Guard. Took him roughly a day or so, give or take a few hours. And then he's out there afterwards in the aftermath during the cleanup, and he pulls out chalk. Did you see the video of him pulling out, like my kids, they have this big chalk bucket. They love chalk. They love to write on the sidewalks and in the parking lot. And then I'm like, God, I hope it rains so it just washes it away. And he's writing like things like social justice with a big pink chalk stick. And I said this, he's left of Gavin Newsom, which is hard to do. But I also think there's a part when you think about, Gavin Newsom, he was the flavor of the month for a while. Shapiro became the thing. I wonder, especially with the allegation of Fetterman saying Shapiro's only in it for himself. Do you think these people that have real, I don't think Tim Walz, this is going to be the peak of his political career, right? I don't think Shapiro and Newsom, I've said they don't fit the bill for vice president. I also think there's a part of them, as they look at their own ambitions, if Kamala Harris crashes and burns in this election, I don't think they want to incinerate their own careers. And I think that's part of it. I don't know if Shapiro was ever officially offered it, if he turned it down, whatever it might be. But if you're Obama, you're probably sitting back and saying, you know what, guys like Shapiro, that might be the future. And I wonder because, he's the creator of the heavens and the earth for the Democrat Party, right? He's the oh holy one, Barack Obama. I wonder if he ever got on the phone with the Newsoms and the Shapiros and have said, don't necessarily throw all your eggs in the basket with Kamala. Could come back to hurt you if you're thinking about 2028 or 2032.
Yeah, and I think that, there were many at the time that said Trump's pick of Vance, who was here in South Philadelphia yesterday, that Trump was doubling down on a MAGA ticket. I would push back from that a little bit if you look at the way that the direction they went, because J.D. Vance was a never Trumper at one point. And they chose somebody who has an interesting background of somebody who was from a deep blue traditional background, somebody who appeals to military record, union vote, blue collar, that sort of thing. Also, the fact that J.D. Vance's, the whole backstory, hillbilly elegy, his mom being drug addicted and celebrated at the RNC convention where she's 10 years away from addiction and opioids and that sort of whatever her addiction was, which was multiple. But I think that you look at that, I don't think that was necessarily a true quote unquote MAGA pick because he was a never Trumper.
It's funny you say that because I got a tweet yesterday, and I forget, so apologies for the person who sent it because I thought it was interesting, even though I kind of disagreed with it, but it made me think. He said something to the effect of Kamala is clearly doubling down on left-wing political ideology.
Yeah.
This is where Trump missed the mark by picking J.D. Vance. And the person, whoever tweeted this to me, he didn't give a name, but he said, you should have went with a female. And I started thinking back to you with Sarah, myself with Tulsi, and I'm like, did Trump miss an opportunity here? Because it seems like both are going for more like-minded thinking. Walz thinks like Kamala. JD, even though he was once a never Trumper, thinks like Donald Trump politically as far as policy.
I don't know that he does.
Really?
Mm-mm.
He's conservative. I mean, I don't think they differ on policy at all.
Very different, though. Different, first of all, the generational issue.
Well, yeah, he's half his age, for sure.
Right?
Right.
Because, think about the Biden administration, with the ageism or the age issue.
Yeah.
And so Trump, I think, purposely wanted to choose somebody who was from a different generation and attract somebody who could speak with the energy that J.D. Vance, listen to how fast he talked. He was talking yesterday and he was saying a lot. And so, I think that he appeals to a whole different audience that I think Kamala and Walz, both the same age. She's turning 60 in October, Scorpio. And so, which is Hillary's sign, by the way.
Yeah.
So you have two 60-year-olds from a generation of progressive, very liberal, very far left.
Yeah.
Like-minded.
Can you argue that Joe at 81 looks better than Walz at 60?
Yeah, that's the weird part.
I saw a side by side of him yesterday, and I'm like, oh my God! And then I looked it up, and he just turned 60.
Yeah.
Some people just age poorly, but
yeah. So as far as any kind of youth vote or anything of that nature, I just don't see it.
Yeah.
Bernie has more energy than Walz and is more. More it factor. This guy has zero it factor.
I would agree. 855-839-1210. We'll come back and get to a little bit more as to when the Kamala Harris honeymoon ends. According to these quotes and perceived threats, it could be in just about a week and a half. Kayal and Company, cut sheet 20 minutes out here on Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
The best place, to bet the games this summer is FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. It's America's #1 sportsbook right now. New customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Then you can bet on all your favorite international teams and all your favorite sports, from basketball to badminton, soccer to swimming. FanDuel has it all, so don't miss your chance to score $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. All you have to do is go to FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg to sign up and start betting the games today. Make every moment more with FanDuel, the official partner of 1210 WPHT, so you know you're in good hands. 21 and over, President PA. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-656-1551. That's 800-656-1551. 800-656-1551.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out heart-stopping letters, aggressively garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it seem impossible to ever get out of debt. Don't let the tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, the #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in the Fresh Start Initiative, one of the biggest breaks that the IRS has ever offered. If you qualify, you could save thousands. Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, they'll fight to get you the best deal possible. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This is Larry Sinus with Investor Schooling. You may know me from my book, Money Hacks. You may know me from my radio shows. And you may even know me from some of these commercials. But listen, I'm teaching stuff that people need to learn about money. In fact, my favorite topic is money. So go to InvestorSchooling.com and you will learn things about money that you never even knew existed. We will teach you things about real estate, about the stock market, and about how to use your IRAs properly. Go to InvestorSchooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's InvestorSchooling.com. This is Larry Sinus with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at InvestorSchooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to InvestorSchooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to InvestorSchooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
That's right, Odyssey's #1 talk radio station, not number 5, not number 3. Numero uno, 855-839-1210. Tony Bruno, 1 hour from now, the cut sheet in less than 15 minutes. Your voice messages coming up in the final hour. Chance to win tickets to Politics and Pints. And our 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight coming up at 9:30 as well. A lot of people getting ripped today on social media. A lot of Twitter, a lot of tweets coming in. We've got Marcus Aurelius. He's ripping you, Dawn, for your love for Josh Shapiro.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Marcus,
Dawn's a big Josh Shapiro.
No, what I'm saying is I've known him, and I'm giving you my media analysis of him.
They don't like that, Dawn.
I know that you
can't do that.
You can't handle the truth, Marcus.
Tell him, Jack.
I'm standing on this wall.
Yes.
You can't handle it, baby.
That's
right.
Look,
I'm not saying I'm voting for the individual. I'm giving you my honest analysis that he is not like Fetterman. He is not like Helen Gim.
Yep.
He is not like Kamala or Walz, who are far, far, far left, far and away left.
Mhm.
They have left the land. They are far left progressives.
Yes.
And so my point is, if they had chosen somebody who is considered more of a middle of the road or moderate person, then I think that would have helped Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
I think at this point, to me, I literally, when I saw this and I was on the air and I go, I feel good. I mean, I literally was like, I just thought, oh my gosh, this is a slam dunk.
Yeah.
This is in my mind, and then people were going,
Right.
don't jinx it. But
well, that's what I was going to say. Can I be the cold water to the part? I
no.
know usually it's Greg, but let me just be the cold water. And this is what scares me. When everybody is of the same opinion, right? This is just like in sports when you're getting ready to place a bet and the whole world says the Eagles can't possibly lose to the lowly Arizona Cardinals. And then what happens? They lose to the Arizona Cardinals. This reminds me of 2022. The red wave cometh. Oh, it turned out to be a pink trickle, like a little ocean spray in your Tito's. You just drop a little bit in. I'm saying whenever, and how often is it?
Ocean spray?
Yeah, a little cranberry, right? And not you never want too much cranberry. Mostly vodka, a little splash of cranberry. So here's the thing: very rarely do Republicans unanimously agree on everything. So we're all taking this Walz victory lap.
Yes,
you
shouldn't be doing that. I'm telling you,
that's my
should
point.
not be doing that.
That's
Thank
what
you.
worries me.
Yes, everybody who's taking this Walz victory lap saying, "Well, Trump has Pennsylvania in the bag now." That is absolutely not true. Look,
I didn't say Pennsylvania in the bag. I'm saying the whole thing.
The Harris campaign. What?
Come on.
I'm stirring the pot.
Look at the two. I mean, look at those two. Yes, last night on the stage, and I'm going, no way does America vote for those two.
Well, I'm with you from the standpoint right now that I think Trump wins, but I don't think he has it in the bag.
Right. Okay.
Right. Yeah. Like that's where I would. I mean, I know I'm just playing off your words.
The Harris campaign yesterday was trolling the Trump campaign with crowd sizes. Like, do you guys understand that? Like,
well, that's what I said this at the start.
Wait a minute. They had the Leah Center.
They had
one thing good in Philadelphia that they've been packing this thing for a while.
I'm telling you that they were trolling the Trump campaign with crowd sizes, and we know that gets that gets under Trump's skin.
This is like a tenth of some of the Trump rallies. I mean,
true, very
look
true.
At Wildwood.
Right.
Like Trump is contained to the Leah Center because of the assassination attempt, and now we got the other Stunad who they caught coming from the Middle East yesterday. But I mean, 10, 11,000 in a crowd for Trump is chump change.
Also, let's think about the amount of people that were there as far as the notable figures and faces for the Democrat Party. I don't know how many. Now, I know it's her rally, and I'm not saying this was like a Megan Thee Stallion concert, but you did have Shapiro. You did have Fetterman. You did have Parker. You did have this guy. You did have that.
They blew their wad. That's all they have.
I think that's fair.
Is not going to be replicated. They're not going to. If you think Kamala and Tim from Minnesota are going to get 50,000, 30,000, no. I will put a bet one of your silly bets.
But rally sizes are not indicative of future results. That's the one thing I always try to temper with, like, the MAGA crowd. Like, I'll tweet, like, if I'm watching a Trump rally on a Saturday or whatever. Like, I get it. 70,000 here, 55,000 in Butler, $110 at Wildwood, whatever it is. That doesn't mean you're going to win. I mean,
but it all matters. It's momentum.
But here's where I would push back. There are some people, they go to every single rally, right? Like Front Row Joe or whatever his name is, Front Row Bill. Like, he's made a living. Like, his whole career is just driving around in an RV and going to rallies.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not saying all 55,000 do. It's mostly local people.
Trump rallies have become the new Dead concerts. You know, like
it's the happening place to be.
Travel around the
which
country
is great
to do this. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
My point in this is because everybody's jumping down my throat. The crowd sizes. I'm not telling you. I agree with Nick. Crowd sizes mean absolutely nothing. I'm just telling you that the Harris campaign is trolling the Trump campaign with this. That's all I'm saying about this. And by the way, like you can't deny that enthusiasm in that crowd yesterday. But I will say this. 71% of people have no idea who this guy is.
Right.
So to say that the entire base is rallied and enthusiastic because of a guy that 5 days ago nobody knew who he was,
myself
is
included,
just ridiculous. You can't have all of this enthusiasm within a 2 hour, like it was literally what 6 hours.
Well, and we told
since
you
they announced this.
We told you yesterday. It didn't matter who Kamala selected.
Yep.
From a media perspective, they were going to prop this individual up. Now, I will say, as the day went on, and this is where I'll give the mainstream media a little bit of credit, they did poke and punch through a lot of holes of Tim Walz. I mean, there were CNN analysts, there were, past political Democrat strategists pointing out that this might backfire. This is a gamble.
Again, polls don't matter. I say that all the time. Polls don't matter. Polls are 99% wrong. There's a poll for you. They're 99% wrong. But you can't deny the fact that since Kamala Harris has got into this race, she's ahead.
She's stolen the headlines.
And she's stolen the headlines. So, like, this enthusiasm, for whatever it's worth, in my opinion, it's media created and it's media manufactured, which we'll get to in 5 minutes. But you can't deny that.
Yeah.
They also have a chance because they're two relatively Trump has been on the stage for, in the spotlight.
A decade.
Political spotlight, I'm talking, not, for a decade. People know him. People know his act. These two are kind of unknowns, and I know she was vice president, but again, if you go on the street 20 days ago and ask anybody who the vice president was, 10% of people would know. So they have a chance to kind of shape this narrative and create who they want to be, because the majority of the public doesn't know. I know we do. I know the people who listen to the show does, but the majority of people don't. And don't underestimate the fact that people will be swayed by what they see in the media and what they're, what people are talking about. That's all. That's all I'm saying, is that you have what the majority of people look like a career politician in Donald Trump, which is absurd to me, but that's what it looks like. 10 years on the main stage in politics against two relatively unknowns. So I'm just telling you that don't think like we would think, or think like if you're a listener to the show and watch cable news, think like everyday Americans think, not like us.
Let me put on a brand manager hat and make the correlation or the comparison here to a political strategist for a campaign right now. I remember back in the day when I was doing sports, our old boss, he'd occasionally, when things were kind of stagnant, he would have these conference room meetings, and he would say, we've got to create some buzz right now. There's just nothing going on. And he'd come up with some ridiculous thing, and it would work most of the time, to his credit. If you're the Trump campaign right now, you need to do something to get the headlines back on you. Because right now, I mean, think about this, and this is, the home team, so to speak. 7:40 a.m., we have not uttered J.D. Vance barely at all. Now, I know we've got stuff coming up on the cut sheet.
He had 75 people there yesterday,
yes,
dude.
He filled up he only had 2,500 people less than Kamala, and he was a one-man show at the old ECW arena. And nobody's talking about it. I keep Fox on during the show. I haven't seen J.D. Vance come up on the television in 2 hours since I've been sitting in this chair. That if you are Trump's advisors right now, you've got to do something to kind of create some buzz for yourself. Because the last time the Trump campaign was talked about was J.D. Vance's comments on cat ladies, right? Mm-hmm. So if it's about momentum, you need to find a way to get back on the field with the ball, because you've been on defense, or actually I shouldn't say you've been on defense. You've just been on the sidelines for like 16 days. She's soaking up everything right now.
Well, she is, but she's remember, she's only been in this, 2 weeks?
Correct.
Not even?
Yep.
And so good for them. Like, she's made her announcement. They have their upcoming low energy Chicago convention where they think they're going to mitigate the fact that you're going to have these anti-Jewish protesters. And that's what they are. They are anti-Jewish.
You're right. I've got it right here from the LA Times. Pro-Palestinian activists set sights on DNC in Chicago. One of the activists saying, quote, "What kind of fences will the police have? Will they bring dogs?" Hatem Abduyaya asked. He stopped in the shadow of the United Center, home of the NBA's Bulls and the NHL's Blackhawks, and a draw for tens of thousands of pro-Palestinian demonstrators who are expected to protest against the U.S. support for Israel at the DNC in 10 days. Quote, I hope they don't militarize it, he said. The first statement the police made was about mass arrests. They've backed off a little, but they're trying to intimidate us. I'm telling you, it's going to get ugly in Chicago. And that is where I think the honeymoon could very well come to an end.
I disagree.
You disagree?
I disagree. I think they're going to. I think they're going to ride this wave through August. I think. Look, guys. It's an unpopular opinion, but that's what I think. The momentum right now, as far as the media goes, is all like they're energized now. They're invigorated. We didn't see that with Joe Biden. They are they were trying to find every way they could to like sell the Joe Biden administration, but they failed miserably. This is a completely different ballgame. And to sit here and naively say, well, she's an idiot, which she is, and she's inexperienced, which she is, and she's never gotten a vote, which she hasn't. Yeah. But to say that she can't win the election is absurd.
Oh, I agree. Yeah,
it's absurd.
So if the honeymoon doesn't end in Chicago in 10 days, the next opportunity for Trump and the Republicans to kill her momentum is on the debate stage. And that would be presumably in September.
Did you see the poll? And again, I'm going to talk about polls, and I know they're worthless, but did you see the polls with independent voters? She was 12 points behind Trump. Now she's 19 ahead of him.
It's a huge swing.
It's a huge swing. Yeah. So to sit here with our head in the sand and say, well, this pick is a gift to MAGA, maybe it is, but maybe it isn't.
Or maybe the Veep doesn't matter at all, right?
It doesn't.
Both are trying to win Rust Belt voters, and maybe it's just top of the ticket period.
Nobody knows who this guy is. Yeah. 71% of people don't know who this guy is. Yeah. So to say that he's re-energized the Democrats is ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous.
855-839-1210. Tony Bruno in 45 minutes. But 5 minutes from now, what's on the cut sheet? Oh, you're going to hear it, including the man who's getting no attention after an appearance in Philadelphia. It's Kayal and Company. You're on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Mr. Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra.
Joel Embiid is excited. The process marches on. Oh, George, welcome to Philadelphia. Morris, hallelujah.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Cherokee High School in Marlton, New Jersey, Saturday, October 26th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
The Sixers will prevail. Oh, baby.
joeconklin.com.
Summer is here, which means pool days, beach trips, and yeah, you guessed it, traffic jams. Oh yeah, and heat waves. Don't let summer catch you by surprise. Get the local news you need, no matter what you're up to, with the free Odyssey app. And never miss a beat with alerts on breaking stories sent directly to your phone. Listen today on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY.
What if I told you your home movies are already past their prime? It's true. The magnetic tape used in VHS and camcorder tapes only lasts between 10 to 20 years, which means your baby's first steps, weddings, and family vacations are fading away as we speak. Digitizing your old media with Legacy Box stops this fading process in its tracks. And by preserving your recordings, they're safe forever. Legacy Box is simply the best way to preserve your past, which is why they've been trusted by over 1 million families. Your memories are meant to be shared, not chewed up by the VCR or worn away with time. For a limited time, you can convert your tapes to digital for just $9 a tape. There's never been a better time to convert your entire collection. That includes film reels and photos too. Visit legacybox.com/value to get our $9 sale. That's legacybox.com/value to unlock our $9 offer. legacybox.com/value.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
We have a man who's a warrior, a great military person. Dave McCormick is a 7th-generation Pennsylvanian who grew up in Bloomsburg, went to West Point, and earned a Bronze Star for his service in the 1st go for. Dave went on to an outstanding career in business, and now he's fighting for the people of this Commonwealth, and he loves this Commonwealth.
Conservative Dave McCormick.
We need new leadership. We need a new president in the White House that's going to get our country back on track. We need a new majority in the Senate that's going to be able to take our country in the right direction.
Dave will vote to secure your borders, stand up to China, unleash incredible amounts of Pennsylvania energy, and he wants to stop Bidenflation. David McCormick, you have my total support and my total endorsement, and you got to win. Dave McCormick.
I'm Dave McCormick, and I approve this message.
Paid for by friends of Dave McCormick. www.davemccormickpa.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. I've been telling you about one of the greatest finds of Mama Zioli, besides me, of course, and that's our dentist, Dr. Mike Veneria at Veneria Dental. As you know, my entire family goes to Dr. Mike. His level of care and commitment to dental excellence is unmatched. Now, if you've been putting off seeing a dentist or getting that complex dental procedure done, I don't want to sound like Mama Zioli, but what are you waiting for? Take care of your teeth. So important. You got to have a great smile. You got to look your best. Plus, Dr. Mike and his staff make it so easy to have that beautiful, healthy smile. Dr. Mike has been named a top dentist in New Jersey for 10 consecutive years. He has one of the most respected reputations among his peers as a master of dental implants. I promise you won't be disappointed with Dr. Mike. So if you haven't been to the dentist or you're on the fence about getting that dental procedure done, reach out to Dr. Mike today. With 2 locations to serve you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, schedule your appointment or free implant consultation today for your perfect smile. 856-786-2020. 856-786-2020 or veneriadental.com.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
Hey, Philly. In the city of brotherly love, the only thing we love more than our teams is great savings. And with unlimited welcome from Verizon, you can save big, even if you're on a single line. For a limited time, single lines start at just $50 a month when you bring your own phone. With autopay plus taxes and fees, that's a savings of $15 a month. And when you switch now, you can save on the things you love, like Netflix and Max, all on the most awarded 5G network. Now that's a real win. There's never been a better time to switch to the network America relies on. But this offer won't last long. Visit your local Verizon store to switch and save big today. $180 BYOD promo credit and $360 local promo credit applied over 36 months. For new customers with one new line with your own 4G, 5G phone on unlimited welcome plan required. Additional terms apply. Auto pay and paper-free billing required. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. $10 a month for each MyPlan perk. Additional terms and conditions apply per perk.
Your official home for Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app. Listen to every Nittany Lions game on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Hey, Clementon. Yeah! We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
$7:50, Kayal and Company. It's a Wednesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg as we roll on. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. We'll be heading down to Florida coming up at 8:30. Not us physically, but Tony Bruno will join us virtually for his weekly appearance. But before that, let's find out what is lined up from a busy day of politicians here right in the city of Philadelphia. It's time for a Wednesday. What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Wednesday is brought to you by Cherry Hill Volvo, where right now Cherry Hill Volvo is offering a $15,000 discount when leasing any in-stock 2024 XC90 Hybrid. They always go the extra mile for their customers at Cherry Hill Volvo. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Starting with Cut 24, Phil. I told you in the last segment, and by the way, Ornery Hounds, my friend on Twitter, hit the nail on the head. He said, whether he's a pessimist corporate shill or a cautionary voter, Greg Stocker is correct in thinking and acting as if the Harris threat is real and looming. Run like you are behind. That's my whole point. Yeah, that's my whole point.
Interesting, because Kamala said last night that they are the underdogs.
Yes.
Which is an interesting
they
point.
want to play it?
Yeah, they want to believe that. Okay.
So I'm telling you that every, political pundit that's on there be like, ha ha, this is a gift to MAGA. Okay. Pretend like it's a real threat. And go after him, on like you did in your big take, Nick Kayal. You set the standard this morning at 6:10 with the receipts, going back to his own words, saying what he's done, whether it was the Black Lives Matter rallies, whether it was the Minnesota burning down, whether it was him saying, some say socialist, some say friendly neighbor. You know what I mean? Like his own words, his own actions, that should be used against him.
Yep.
Like, don't sit here, whistling Dixie out of your what and pretending like everything is hunky-dory because the American people can never vote for a far left progressive. If the last 6
weeks in the news cycle haven't told you that anything is possible, I don't know what else you need to see. Right?
Well, we said that the media is going to do their job, their due diligence in reshaping this gentleman because the majority of people, when I say the majority, the vast majority of people have no idea who he is. Even politically astute people didn't know who he is. When his name was being floated around 10 days ago, I didn't know who he was.
Yeah. I mean, I knew more about Roy Cooper, who you floated out from North Carolina 10 days ago, than Tim Walz.
I did, yeah. Okay, so this is a little montage of the media's talking points on how they're reshaping the narrative on Tim Walz. This is what you guys have to be careful of. That's all I'm saying. Cut 24, Phil, go.
Kamala Harris picks Minnesota Governor Tim Walz as running mate.
What does Walz bring to this?
He's cuddly.
Cuddly.
Cuddly?
I think she went for maybe a little more of a cuddly choice.
It tells more about the texture of the man. He seems to almost have a twinkle in his eye.
Tim Walz is the opposite of weird.
Tim Walz beats America.
He sounds like a football coach.
He's a hunter that you could visit with at the hardware store. In a dictionary, if you had weird and anti-weird, you'd have Tim Walz's picture there. I bet knows how to make a good hot dish casserole.
He's very down to earth.
It's his authenticity.
Authentic communicator.
The word joy came up a lot.
He's joyful.
He seems happy.
A happy-go-lucky warrior.
And he's happy and a happy warrior.
The joyful warrior.
He is one happy warrior.
A happy warrior.
The happy warrior.
Nice guy.
Good guy.
A very nice person.
Reliable.
Definitely affable.
He is an extremely affable individual.
Very affable, plain-speaking way, a folksy vibe. This folksy idea.
Terrific vibe.
Vibes election.
Kind of a folksy guy. The idea that Tim Walz is some lefty is just not true.
I don't think either of them are Bernie Sanders progressive. A rather safe pick.
I think a safe pick.
The safe choice. This is a do no harm pick. Do no harm.
He's just more of a vanilla pick. It's a younger version of Joe Biden.
We got Brett Summer. We've got coconut tree memes.
There's joy in the Democratic Party right now.
Those outside of Pittsburgh loves Tim Walz. So talk about Walz.
So the talking points were distributed, and then they were regurgitated by the puppets. So I would say if Joe Biden, based on the way the media portrayed him, if Joe was, just that old pop in the reclining chair with the clicker, drinking his gin and tonic and telling stories of yesteryear, Tim's the uncle, right? He's your mom's brother. He's the guy that will, he'll slip you a $5 bill in the card at Easter. The whole bit, right?
Yep.
That's Tim Walz for you. Not sure anybody should be buying that, but of all of the clips there, and this was also regurgitated by others yesterday in single isolated clips. Oh, he's not far left. You look at his track record and his policy. They're actually trying to frame it like he is moderate middle America.
They are 100% are trying to do that.
And you look at the clip we played for you in the Big Take with Kornacki. He doesn't resonate in Minnesota outside of the Twin Cities. It's the typical blueprint for the Democrats, right? In states that are by and large red with a major blue metropolitan hub, that's really only where he resonates.
By the way, speaking of what you just said, Nancy Pelosi yesterday on Morning Joe said to characterize Tim Walz as left is unreal.
Please don't bother me with such frivolity, okay?
This is cut 12, Phil, go.
Much for being on this morning 4 times. So we'd love to hear
How
your
happy she
first
is.
reaction to the choice of Tim Walz as Kamala Harris's running mate.
Good morning. Wonderful to be with you all. Tim Walz is wonderful, and she had many good choices among the 6 and certainly among the 2. I'm a big fan of Governor Shapiro. Tim Walz, I know very well. He served in the House. To characterize him as left is so unreal.
Accurate?
It's just not what the question. He's right down the middle. He's a Heartland of America Democrat, and he was the chair of our Veterans Affairs Committee. And I don't want anybody to forget that, because he made tremendous, tremendous gains for our veterans, working with our folks on the Appropriations Committee and with the Speaker. We made more progress than had ever been made in the history of our country since the GI Bill under his leadership. 25 years in the National Guard, longest-serving non-commissioned officer ever served in the Congress of the United States. So he brings the security credential, he brings the moral credential, and he will do well in moral America. And I heard Joe say, well, Biden did better. Well, Biden was running against Donald Trump. Joe Biden, Tim Walz was running against somebody who had more credentials in moral America, but he still won.
Minneapolis is ruled by a Democrat mayor named Jacob Frey, F-R-E-Y. He called and begged the governor, Tim Walz, to send in the National Guards. Tim Walz rejected his phone call. Does that sound like middle America moderate to you?
No.
As Minneapolis was legitimately on fire, like Israel just dropped a bomb in Gaza? I mean, I'm sorry. He is now. Does Nancy think that they nominated Ro Khanna to be the vice president? Because, you want to. I mean, there are a few really middle of the road, down the middle, moderate Democrats in the party. They don't get any airtime or any run because all the squad Dems gobble up the airtime. But there's nobody, and the receipts are going to come out. I mean, and it's not going to come just from MAGA Inc. or the Trump War Room or things like that. You're going to see. I mean, I thought you started to see a little bit of it yesterday in the mainstream. They poked some holes through it. I'm not sure if we'll get to them on the cut sheet, but it's out there.
Well, they to your point, I know you played this earlier, but I'm going to play it again. Steve Kornacki on MSNBC yesterday savaged Walz margins in small town Minnesota. This is how that sounded. This is cut 9. Phil, go.
Now, here's the key, because this county, Democrats used to be much more competitive in. Look at this. In 2012, Barack Obama won 43% of the vote in this county. It was only a little bit more than 10 points that he lost to Romney by here. The floor fell out for Democrats here when Trump came along in that Clinton race in 2016, and they haven't recovered it since. And that Walz performance here, it's a little less than Biden's number. It's more than Clinton's, and it's a far cry from what Obama was doing here. And again, I'm showing you one. This is a stand-in for dozens of counties in Minnesota where you saw the same thing, with large rural populations, blue-collar white populations, where Obama, and some of them he was winning, others he was holding his own just a dozen years ago. This is where Democrats have lost ground. And Walz in 2022, he didn't gain any ground that the Democrats had lost. He didn't do that here. He didn't do that in other counties. Walz really owes his victory, that that margin he got 8 points there statewide, he owes it to the Twin Cities area here, the area where Democrats in Minnesota and all these other states are already doing well. It's sort of the standard Democratic victory model in a state like this. It got Walz in 2022. This is the biggest county in the state. This is where Minneapolis is. Hennepin County. Walz wins this by 44 points. Look at all the votes that came out of their total. It's huge. And again, that's right in line with what Joe Biden did in 2020 when he won Minnesota. And again, just wind the clock back here. 12 years ago, this was still a blue county, but less blue. So it's the suburban areas, the metropolitan areas that have gotten much more blue, and Walz performed just like Biden did, better than Clinton did, in places like this. And then in the rest of greater Minnesota, small town Minnesota, where the Democrats have been losing ground, Walz performed basically just like Biden did as well. So, look at his electoral history. Tim Walz is in 2022, and the idea that he's got this automatic appeal with these small town areas in those 3 key battleground states, you don't see it in what he actually did on the ballot in 2022. Now,
So 2 things here. Let me give you the current latest polls in Minnesota. This is from RealClearPolling.com with Real Clear Politics. The RCP average for Minnesota right now has Kamala Harris up 8 points on Trump, 51 to 43. But that was from July 22nd through the 25th. So they're probably due for a new set of polls. We'll see if Tim Walz has any impact directly in Minnesota. But you know what my biggest takeaway is now after listening to that montage, plus the fact that he doesn't really resonate outside of the big blue hub in Minnesota. You know what Walz is? He's a yes man. He, I think a lot of times in politics for sure, but also in other endeavors in your life, when somebody makes a decision and you sit there, well, that doesn't really move the needle for me. You have to ask, okay, well, who selected that person and what was their motivations? I think Tim Walz is a guy that will just easily blend in. Again, he won't steal the spotlight like Shapiro. He's pro-Palestine to me, which means he's anti-Israel. And he's just, you're right, he's a safe, and he's on board ideology-wise, but he's just going to be one of these guys. He'll smile. He won't be a headache. I think Harris and Shapiro would have butted heads. There's also a report out there that when they had conversations in the months leading up to this, I shouldn't even say months, the weeks, that the conversation, there was a little lack of chemistry. There's a report out there about that as well. So sometimes it's about who you mesh with.
Yeah.
As opposed to whether or not you're selecting the best person, which is par for the course with the left these days. It's not about the person who's most deserving. It's based on other factors such as which boxes you check.
I'm just going to say this about it. And when you look at 270 to win, thinking about 270 to win, I'm still seeing, Cook Report, 270 to win, all these. I still think Minnesota, was already leaning D. When you think of Pennsylvania and what we've been through, we went through, think about the vote in Pennsylvania. We voted against Governor Tom Wolf's executive powers because there was overreach, and we experienced that. And so I think for Pennsylvanians, somebody like Walz does not play well. We know him. We know that guy. That's the guy who kept our kids out of school. That's the guy like Governor Tom Wolf, who said, if my daughters were still runners, I wouldn't let them run cross country outside. Mm-hmm. That was what we experienced, deaths in the nursing homes. And then you think of the riots that happened in Pittsburgh and Philadelphia, hundreds of millions of dollars of damage, businesses shut down. Think of the bankruptcy. Think of all of it. Walz does not, to me, he is that progressive guy. We know him all too well here in Pennsylvania and what that did to us. He's also not a Second Amendment rights guy. Mm-hmm. He used to get, because he's like, I'm a hunter. He used to way back in the day get good ratings with the NRA, with the gun rights folks. Not so much anymore. He is an anti-Second Amendment, far left progressive. That's who Walz is, and I predict that also he's not fully vetted. There's more dirt to come on him that we don't know about, but he's not going to play well in Pennsylvania, and we are a critical toss-up. The toss-ups, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, what do they all have in common?
But I heard
Second Amendment rights states.
But I heard listening to this radio station that Pennsylvania is now blue. So
well, according to Cook Report, which is the Bible, cookpolitical.com,
I'm just going by what I heard my host say on this radio station. That it's now a blue state. So what does it matter?
Well, we're a toss-up because for the top of the ticket.
Not what I heard on 1210 WPHT.
Well, you weren't listening to me.
Are you making fun of the guy with the septum issue?
No, I'm not making fun of anybody. I'm just saying I've heard you parroted it, Nick.
Well, I believe that. I do believe that. But if I had a gun to my head right now, I would say that the election in Pennsylvania is going Democrat.
I take shots at everybody.
You mean,
how dare you?
You mean for Trump? You're saying I
believe Kamala Harris will win Pennsylvania.
Oh my God.
I don't. Trump's going to win. by 11 points.
Why would you just ruin my morning?
Just say what everybody wants to hear. I mean, that's what talk radio has become
Keep
now.
hope
hasn't
alive,
it?
man.
Yeah.
No, I think with what we've specifically been, through in Pennsylvania, and let us think about this and just let it. I'm not talking about down ticket because unfortunately for McCormick, he's it's not looking great for him. He's but I'm talking about top of the ticket.
Yeah.
Pennsylvania, you think about Second Amendment rights, you think about the shutdowns, you think about the inaction of leadership, you think about Walz being MIA during so many situations, and then on top of it, the fraud allegations.
It just happened in Ohio.
Yes,
499 people with illegal immigration, or no, I shouldn't say that, non-American citizenship status found out to be registered to vote.
Yep. Yeah.
We need a purge of voter rolls.
Thank you.
You know what's funny about that, Nick, is that we had that story here. I haven't heard that story
Couldn't
anywhere.
even get to it.
I haven't heard it anywhere.
I know.
I mean, that's 400.
And it's happening in a red state.
That's just what we know of.
That's just what we know
exactly.
So, to sit here and say that there's no voter fraud going on is just ridiculous.
I know. I believe he used to go as the Greater Chris on Twitter. He's now calling himself the Bachelor Chris.
The Bachelor Chris, yes.
He makes a great tweet. He says, crowd size means nothing. Biden had 6 people in a circle at rallies. Enthusiasm means nothing. Trump drew tens of thousands. Biden drew hundreds. Candidates and debates mean nothing. Fetterman over Oz.
Yep.
All that matters are a couple hundred ballots in a few swing states. And that's why I'm saying this is why you cannot leave any stone unturned. Black vote, Hispanic vote, Jewish vote, female vote, Title IX versus abortion. Everything is in play, and that's why I keep telling. And I know people aren't going to do it. I'm just wasting my oxygen here. This is why you cannot wait until November 5th to vote. If you don't take advantage of September 16th in that 6-week window, don't tweet me. That's it. Don't tweet me. Don't message me. I don't want to hear from you.
By the way, somebody on the YouTube chat was saying that I'm sounding like Trump doesn't have a chance of winning. If you're listening, if you heard that from me, you're not listening close enough.
Greg's saying don't take anything for
all
granted.
All I'm saying is that right now this is Trump's race to lose.
Kamala said it.
Let me repeat that. This is Trump's race to lose.
Yeah.
So I know.
Where's that quote at?
This is anybody on either side that's telling you it's going to be a landslide and we've got this in the bag. They're lying to you or they have no facts.
Harris said, quote, "We need to level set. We are the underdog," which they are. I mean, I know the momentum is in Harris's favor, but Trump's, and she's whittled away Trump's lead. Trump had about a 5 or a 6 point lead. It's like 1 or 2 or a coin flip, or Harris is up here 1, up 2 there. I mean, yeah. But you know what's weird?
What's weird?
I think Trump is the favorite. But I'm actually going to reject what Kamala Harris said. And this might make no sense, but this is just kind of the way my brain is wired, which is a weird thing. And
it is
you
weird.
guys can study it. Once I'm dead, I'm going to donate it to science. I probably will end up having CTE before I die.
Oh, fabulous.
Yeah, too many head collisions in football.
Awesome.
But I think Trump's the favorite, but I feel like Trump's the underdog.
No.
Does that make sense?
No, I don't agree with that at all.
Okay. I really do feel like, and maybe it's because I'm scared to death of single liberal women, not just in elections, but in general.
Yeah.
They concern me. I see them out in the streets, and I just run the other way. Yeah, I sound like Mary Walter here. I just feel like that is, and I think this might be weird because we say, well, Facebook is where all the left wing commentary comes from, and it's right. But I think there's a lot of silent majority women that might not voice their political views. They don't have the sign in the yard. They don't have a social media profile. They don't have a mask in their Twitter picture. But on November 5th, what concerns me, and even leading up to that, from September 16th through November 5th, I feel like it's woman scorn gone savage. Like, I really believe that. Like, I just think, like, my mother-in-law out there, that faction of women scares the hell out of me, man. I'm just being real. I'm not giving you any, in-depth data, deep dive. I'm just like, I know that person exists.
Yeah, but I think that the point about, and we've talked a lot about the SAVE Act, Safeguard American Voter Eligibility Act, the fact that we have millions, we don't even know the exact number, but as many as 20 million people who who are here illegally in this country, and that in many states, even though it's technically against the law, in many states like Pennsylvania, they can get a driver's license and somehow end up on voter rolls. I do think that SAVE Act is important to note, that there are many folks who have an ID, have a driver's license somehow. How do we combat that?
Well, I mean, here's how you combat it. I mean, Laura Trump has been begging. So for everybody that, clings to every word that a Trump says, they want 100,000 nationwide poll watchers. Well, Nick, I can't take off. I don't have paid. Well, let me ask you this. Okay, so let's say you don't have paid time off. What means more to you? Winning the election and having 4 years of better prosperity, or even if you had to take an unpaid day off and losing $170? Because if Harris gets in, she's going to cost you way more than $170. Get out there and watch the polls.
Well, and that's, you bring up a great point. For a lot of people, for the schools, like in Philadelphia, schools, a lot of union jobs, they will pressure such that they'll have the day off.
Mm-hmm.
And so Republicans, those jobs, maybe they're held more by Republicans. Maybe your company doesn't give you off.
Well, that's true.
It's
a great
so
point.
Does that benefit Democrats?
Here's the other thing. If your boss is super left, just call off and say you had COVID. They'll give you the whole week off if you claim you had COVID. Oh, yeah, stay out of the office. I don't even need a test. Just rest up.
Let me read some comments here. JK13 says, Nick, your donated brain will show English as your second language.
That's right. Gibberish is the first.
Susie Loves Jeffy says, scary cat ladies scare Nick.
They do.
Chris Apolito says, here's a novel concept, enforce current laws.
I agree with that. Amen to that, brother. What good are laws if we don't utilize what we have on the books?
Yeah.
Right?
But it's not, as far as the SAVE Act goes, it cuts a loophole. There's a loophole that exists.
By the way,
that's the real problem with the statewide voter roll.
I might have missed this. You might have said this, Dawn, so my apologies. Did Tim Walz adopt the same motor voter bill that Shapiro did? Because I think that matters. I really do. I think it matters in states like Minnesota, Virginia, by the way. Trump's only down 6 points. Which if somehow Trump could somehow find a way to win Virginia, and I would bet against it, but he is within 6 points, that would totally flip the electoral map. Because then all of a sudden you're looking at 13 electoral votes that we just assumed were going to go to Harris, which is another weird state, right?
Yeah.
Because Virginia, you lean blue, yet Youngkin's the governor. North Carolina is red, you've got a blue governor. Kentucky is red, you've got Bashir as a Democrat in that state. Just food for thought.
By the way, let's get on, because everybody's bringing up the whole war history or military history, the service of Tim Walz. I have this clip here. I'm only going to play a little bit of it, but the entire thing is good if you want to watch it. This is the man who replaced Governor Walz on the battlefield. He claims that he started a political career off a position he didn't earn with the military because he quit. So this is Tom Barron's. This interview was done courtesy of Alpha News. Here's just a little bit of it where he describes Tim Walz's military service for us. This is cut 11, Phil. Go.
The public needs to know how pathetic his leadership was as a National Guardsman.
On a 150-year-old farm in Brewster, Tom Behrens hopes his tell-it-like-it-is style will finally get the attention he believes it deserves in Minnesota's race for governor. In a way, he's back again to wage a public war of words against Tim Walz.
He abandoned us, I mean, what the hell kind of leader does that? I mean, he just, as soon as the shots were fired in Iraq, he turned and ran the other way and hung his hat up and quit.
We'll get to Barron's new message for voters in a moment. But this all starts years earlier when Barron says Walz's misleading statements about his military service first led him to come forward in the fall of 2018. So you try to get this message out, but Minnesota's largest newspaper checks it out, says it's 100% true, but yet refuses to print.
When I hung the phone up, I said, what the hell is this, North Korea?
Back in 2005, a warning order went out to the 1st Battalion, 125th Field Artillery to mobilize for a mission to Iraq. At the time, Walz served as the unit's highest non-commissioned officer, but months later, Walz would retire from the Guard, avoid the deployment, and run for Congress. Tom Behrens was next in line for the position and was asked to take his place.
I was like, well, for Pete's sake, if this guy quit, and if I say I'm not going to do it, I mean, what the hell kind of leadership is that? If a company would say that we're going to deploy to Iraq or somewhere and you're going to be gone for whatever amount of time, and then a foreman just says, no, I'm not going. I mean, what does that say to the 500 people that work in that factory?
Behrens would go on to serve in Iraq on a nearly 2-year deployment as a command sergeant major. All while Walz began using that title as a congressman. Behrens says he first contacted Walz with his concerns, sending these letters to Washington. They all went unanswered.
But then we fast forward to the election in 2018 in Minnesota, and you try at that time to get people's attention with this story and also with what seems to be a very misleading statement that he continued to make about his service.
It kind of just sat there, when he was a congressman, he bragged that he was a retired command sergeant major. I'm the highest ranking person ever in the House, and all this lie that he was telling. The state of Minnesota came out after 2018, after this was exposed, and they said, well, he can say that he served as a command sergeant major, but he can't say he's a retired one because he's not.
And that's what he was saying.
And he was saying that, and there was lots of lots of cards coming in the mail, for him to be elected. They said right on there he's a retired command sergeant major, just tooting his own horn, just hanging on the coattails of people that actually are command sergeant majors that went through all the process and put all the time in.
A spokesperson for the Minnesota National Guard said Walz wasn't able to retire as a command sergeant major since he failed to complete coursework and requirements related to the rank. Verified documents show the Army corrected his service record. Walz was reduced in rank to an E8 Master Sergeant after retirement and his conditional promotion. Alpha News again asked Governor Walz if he's using the command sergeant major rank on his campaign website for political gain this year. A spokesperson said this has been in the news before and pointed us to a past story where Walz said, quote, normally this type of partisan political attack only comes from one who's never worn a uniform.
Wow. Pretty damning stuff. And again, I say this is a gift, I think, right off the top. And I said that in the big take today because he is easy pickings for Trump and Vance. He's very he's not pro-America. He's very unpatriotic. And you know what here's the vibe I get from Tim Walz. And it's not a perfect analogy. It's not a direct comparison. Reminds me of Muhammad Ali. Muhammad Ali, formerly known as Cassius Clay, all of a sudden diverted to Islam as his religion and was a draft dodger. He didn't want to go to war. So here you have a National Guard, and then all of a sudden it's game time. Here we go. We're going to Baghdad. I'm going to wiggle out the back door, and I've got ambitions, and I'm going to run for office. Comes off very, very weak. I don't know how that plays in the military community. I would assume it doesn't go over well.
I'm sure it doesn't go over well, but I think, guys, I'm going to have, again, another unpopular opinion. I'm going to say that, I don't know if this day and age, in 2024, if the military service matters as much as it used to.
I just said that yesterday, yes. Yeah. That and the Ivy League law degree is, those are the two qualities that you need in a running mate or a politician. I don't need either. But I think what you're saying, too, is, especially in this day and age of, not everybody, but a lot of people are so exhausted with the endless wars, which I think plays in favor of Republicans right now because we have 3 proxy wars under Democrat leadership. But you're right. I don't know if I don't want to be involved in the war carries the level of a strong emotional reaction as it would with baby boomers.
Agreed.
But I think it's different when somebody, yes, the national media yesterday, and James Carville was on national shows last night on CNN, and he was saying this guy Walz, he's a combat veteran. No, he is not, and he's being accused of stolen valor. That's what that is. And think about what's coming up later this month, on Monday, the last Monday of August, on the 26th, is Abbey Gate, Afghanistan, the disastrous withdrawal, and we think about. Years. We think about the Travis Manion Foundation. Travis Manion, what did he say? If not me, then who? Well, Tim Walz said, if not me, it's you.
Yeah, well said. Yes. What
Stolen valor.
Here's the worst part. Greg and I will say it. We're weasels. We're cowards. We're not tough. We don't want to go to war. We don't want to join the military. It's not for us. This guy was on the doorstep of it, and when push came to shove, he took his ball and went home.
And then allegedly lied about it later. And the stolen valor issue is, be honest about your service. But he's being accused. He has been in the past. He was accused of stolen valor.
As a guy, you never want to be labeled a quitter. I always equate kind of the football mindset to the military mindset. And you always heard this back in the day when you were allowed to be tough as a football coach. If you're going to quit on your team in August, what's going to happen in October when the tough gets real?
I mean, those old enough to remember, it was 20 years ago. But I mean, this was the whole John Kerry situation in 2004 with the Swift boating.
Well, it's funny that you mentioned John Kerry because that was Tim Walz's first campaign that he worked on. Yeah. John Kerry. That's his inspiration.
By the way, Jeremy Burke, who I know served, says, I deployed at the same time Walz did. This info is damning, but mainstream media won't put this stuff out. He also says veterans will care, but most people will never hear anything about this.
Yep.
So yeah, look, this is out there, and I know that Twitter is doing a good job of putting stuff out, but to the majority of people, they're never going to hear this.
And it just goes to show you, as we keep saying, oh, the legacy media is dying, mainstream media is toast. And yes, the ratings are not nearly what they used to be. CNN hanging on by a thread, so forth and so on. Your alternative forms of media growing. But the reality is the machine is still powerful. And if it doesn't make their cycle, a lot of people are unaware of it.
Yeah. Sam Campbell brings up a really good point too. He says, wouldn't hang my head on stolen valor. Remember Senator Blumenthal. I mean, that's true. Mm-hmm. They elected him. So it doesn't always, I think it just depends on, how much it affects you. And look, if you're looking, Biden and Trump both had deferments. So it's not like, Trump can come out and say, well, I served and you didn't. Like, it's a different animal. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? So yep. I don't know how well it plays.
But the stolen valor issue is different than saying you had a deferment or whatever. That's different. This is somebody who
I agree.
You know what I mean?
I don't disagree with you.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that I don't know. I just don't know if the majority of people are going to it's going to resonate.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I also find it's fascinating in Pennsylvania because you had talked about you think that Greg Stocker thinks that Pennsylvania will go blue, top of the ticket, and
well,
I guess
that's what
the
I've heard on this station.
That's what you've heard.
I'm just kidding.
But what's fascinating to me in Pennsylvania, Kennedy, pretty consistent for a month, a little over a month. Kennedy, 3.9% of the vote in Pennsylvania.
Is he on the ballot here?
Is that true? It's 538 saying that.
Is he on the ballot here?
Kennedy in PA?
Yeah.
News to me
RFK.
if he is. I thought he was at 7 or 8 states.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure we would have covered it if he was on in PA.
Well, maybe they're using that because they're like, okay, well, where are these people who want to vote for him if he's not on the ballot? Where do they go? Do they go Trump or do they go now Harris? I don't know. Can I bring up something that's juvenile, but I don't care?
Wow.
We did a lot of serious stuff here. This is cut. Where is this, Phil?
Pennsylvania in progress. Kennedy is in progress of getting on the ballot.
This is cut 28, Phil. Did you see at the end of the speech last night, Phil, can you just play cut 28? Walz shook his wife's hand. Did you guys see this?
Why does it look like she's grabbing his crotch? Is that what you're looking at?
Yeah, can you play it on a loop, Phil? Are you able to loop that? He goes out for the handshake and the bro hug to his wife? What the hell is that?
Yeah, and
Dawn, as a woman,
yeah, that is odd. That's weird. I'm sorry. Weird. Weird's the word.
If Larry went for the handshake and then went for the bro, and she even does the pat on the back, like how two dudes would do it, right?
Yeah, it's kind of like you just got drafted in the NFL and you're doing the bro hug with Roger Goodell. It is a little odd.
It's odd. It's weird.
Is. That whole stage right now looks really weird. Which, by the way, too, how much of a political animal is Kamala Harris? I mean, she does not select Josh Shapiro to be her VP. She bends the knee to the pro-Palestinian, anti-Israel faction of her party. yet she's married to a Jewish man.
Yeah.
I mean, does Doug? I mean, I've read reports that Doug Emhoff is also a savage as well. So he probably doesn't really care because he just wants the power, the fame, and the money. But I'm wondering what that conversation is like. I mean, she's married to a Jewish man. I don't know. Maybe they separate work from personal, but it's odd.
I don't like the hug or the handshake and the hug. It's weird.
Well, Tim Walz. A lot of people were saying that he's for the gays. Back in the day, before it was a thing, way back in the day, decades ago, he was the counselor. Because he was a school teacher, he was the counselor for the Gay Alliance Club.
The Gay Alliance Club.
Okay.
20 some years ago.
Back when Joe was sharing his anti-gay views in Delaware in the 90s.
Oh, Dawn, interesting. I understand what you're saying. So back before the whole gay thing was really mainstream and acceptable, he was for it. Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah.
Why are politicians just so awkward in person?
Can we go with that information that Dawn just gave us, which could be nothing. I'm just saying.
This is Pink News.
Yeah.
This is a gay site,
Okay,
right? Walz, long outspoken queer ally, in 1999 agreed to support the creation of the first ever gay-straight alliance at Mankato West High School after being approached by one of his students.
Where he was the boys' high school football coach, right?
Yeah.
He took them from, not winning a game to winning the state championship in 3 years.
Stocker was the quarterback.
So with all of that news, 1999, when Obama and Biden and none of these people, I'm sure Kamala Harris, were not gay friendly.
Nope.
This man was
very
ahead of his time. Can we go back one more time, Nick Kayal, Phil Omquist, to the handshake between him and his wife? If you can play that one more time, put that up there. There we go. The handshake. So handshake, and then she does the pat on the back, like you would do to your brother. Or something. Interesting. Yep. Just food for thought. Just putting that out there.
Ahead of his time.
Ahead of his time, or ahead of his time. Let's just end there.
And he is a huge proponent. Just so we're clear on this. Also, as far as the trans issue, as far as he has made Minnesota a sanctuary for anybody who wants to come to Minnesota, even signing executive orders, not his legislature, but executive orders such that any kid who wants to come to Minnesota for all of the blockers and the puberty blockers or surgeries, that they would have a safe haven sanctuary. That's who this guy is.
Shafe wants to know if after that he French kissed Doug. I don't know. There's no proof of that.
How dare they?
I can't see anything about that. But I mean, he did handshake his wife. And she gave him the pat on the back. That's all I'm saying.
You know what?
Have they dined with Tim Scott and Mindy?
who got married last week?
I know.
Here's the thing.
Yes,
I will
call
say.
it married.
I will say this. This is somebody who's championing the words creepy and weird.
Yep.
And it's that old saying of "Thou dost protest too much." Sometimes you are that, and I think that's what we're going to find out about this guy. There is something creepy and weird that's about to come out of his closet, and I suspect that they didn't have time to fully vet this guy, but just wait for it.
I don't know. The Democrats do a good job of Oppo research.
Phil Omquist implying that they sleep in separate beds as well.
Really?
Yeah. Well, maybe Timmy's got sleep apnea. You put that CPAP machine on.
Listen. As somebody who wakes up at 4 o'clock in the morning, you two both understand. Sometimes my wife has to sleep in another room just because I need to.
Sometimes I'm jettisoned to
get my sleep.
Room.
So that doesn't necessarily mean anything.
There you go. All right, that'll do it.
We sleep in the same bed.
Who, you and Larry Bird?
Yeah.
Okay.
Larry snores, doesn't he? I see Larry being a big snorer. You probably stuff the pillow right over his head, don't you?
I would never tell.
All right, that'll do it for round one. We got more?
Yeah, no.
Is Bruno on standby?
We
Is
have
he
to
in
get
the
to Tony
bullpen?
Bruno. Hey,
Tony Bruno.
Can you just pull up his video real fast just so we can see him?
Yeah, don't bring his mic up though.
Wave to him. If you're watching right now on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, we had a problem with people finding the show today. So please hit the like button. Everybody watching right now, Everybody watching right now, hit the like button and hit the subscribe button so we can get in people's feeds because the great Tony Bruno coming up next.
There you go. All right, a lot to get to. Bruno is in Florida. He's ready to go. We've got Pints and Politics tickets coming up at 9:20 this morning. Also, our Veteran Spotlight and your voice messages. Get those in as well. But first, a word for the Piazza Auto Group, Piazza Mercedes. Oh, my God. If you're in the market for a high-end luxury vehicle that will not break the bank, can I entice you with the Mercedes-Benz C300 Coupe? That's right. It's available today at the Mercedes-Benz of Westchester location. Sleek and stylish on the outside, packed on the interior with advanced technology. Its touchscreen interface, as well as AI voice recognition, sure to impress. The 2024 C300 features a turbocharged 2-liter 4-cylinder engine packed with 255 horsepower. Available today in Westchester, Wilmington, Delaware, or Atlantic City. Shop online, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com.
Philo's got a world of entertainment for you to explore with just one subscription. Sign up today and start watching all the networks you love, like A&E, MTV, Discovery, VH1, TLC, Lifetime, Hallmark Channel, and so much more. Featuring current seasons of all the best drama, true crime, reality, and family-friendly shows you can't afford to miss. And with up to 3 streams at once, you'll never have to fight about what to watch. Get started today and unlock our library of over 75,000 movies and shows, and save all your favorites with the unlimited DVR, so you can rewatch them anytime, anywhere, for up to a year. Philo now includes access to AMC Plus. You can discover your next obsession from its collection of hit originals like Mad Men, The Walking Dead, Killing Eve, Orphan Black, and tons of blockbuster movies. There are no contracts, no commitments, and no hassles. For just $28 a month, Philo's a better way to watch TV. So what are you waiting for? Visit philo.tv and sign up today to start your 7-day free trial. That's PHILO.tv.
At California Psychics, we know that when you haven't found love, it feels like everyone else has. Every movie has a love interest. Every song is a love song. Where are all the songs about cats? Or the joy of early bedtimes? And of course, the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to help you find the one. We connect you with the very best. In fact, 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us don't make the grade. That's why we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at CaliforniaPsychics.com. Right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. So you could be feeling all lovey-dovey real soon. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
We have a man who's a warrior, a great military person. Dave McCormick is a 7th-generation Pennsylvanian who grew up in Bloomsburg, went to West Point, and earned a Bronze Star for his service in the First Gulf War. Dave went on to an outstanding career in business, and now he's fighting for the people of this Commonwealth, and he loves this Commonwealth.
Conservative Dave McCormick.
We need new leadership. We need a new president in the White House that's going to get our country back on track. We need a new majority in the Senate that's going to be able to take our country in the right direction.
Dave will vote to secure your borders, stand up to China, unleash incredible amounts of Pennsylvania energy, and he wants to stop Bidenflation. David McCormick, you have my total support and my total endorsement, and you got to win. Dave McCormick.
I'm Dave McCormick, and I approve this message.
Paid for by friends of Dave McCormick. www.davemccormickpa.com.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
I left alone. My mind was blank. I needed time to think, to get the memories from my mind. What did I see? Can I believe that what I saw?
We don't care about the climate.
No, but we do care about the content. It is time to head on down to Florida as we welcome in our man Tony Bruno for his weekly Wednesday appearance here on Kayal & Company. Mr. Bruno, good morning, sir. How are you?
Good morning, and thank you for joining me today. The skies are blue. I know all the storm has moved up your way. We're fine down here. And I want to thank everybody because we were doing live shots, I'm no Jim Cantori, but I'm also 72. And I have to say this, even though I'm not in tip-top shape and I can afford to lose a couple pounds, Tim Walz is 60 years old. I'm 72 years old and a battered performer. Tim Walz is 60 years old?
Yeah.
Seriously?
Same age as Brad Pitt, by the way. Let me just
I
repeat
know.
that. Same age as Brad Pitt.
It's ridiculous.
It is. I want to get your thoughts yesterday. As a Temple alum, Liacouras Center, place was packed. Very busy day. J.D. Vance in South Philadelphia, your old stomping grounds. And then, of course,
ECW. I was going to go down there with Tommy Dreamer and then bring a couple of chairs and ladders into the ring.
Yeah, baby.
Where's the Sandman and Sabu when you need him, Tony Bruno?
Oh, man, those were the good old days, man.
That's
ECW Arena.
Back when America was great. So Kamala Harris, Shapiro, Walz. To me, the whole thing comes down to this, Tony. Shapiro's the guy if he's not Jewish. Am I wrong?
There's no doubt about it. I mean, that's the sad reality, and anybody who wants to deny it. And obviously they made up with Shapiro, and he went out there and did his fake Obama bit again and screaming and yelling and going crazy. They let him go out there and go off for 10 minutes? Good for him. But the bottom line is this, they basically threw him under the bus to appease the squad. And by the way, everybody's talking about the big crowd. Remember, that rally was planned a week ago.
Thank you.
At the Liacouras Center.
More than that.
No matter who the VP choice was going to be, that rally was already going to happen. It could have been Shapiro. It could have been anybody, and that place would have been packed because the Democrats were ready for it. They told everybody. Sherelle Parker ran that stupid promo over the last Friday, pretty much saying that it was going to be Josh Shapiro. So everybody thought it was going to be Josh Shapiro. And then when they finally found a way to bury him and they staged those phony phone calls where Kamala Harris is calling what's his name up there? No, I call him Tampon Tim up in Minnesota. All of a sudden, he jumps on a private jet and comes to Philly. I mean, it was the most staged thing ever. And listen, they did a good job putting it together. But if everybody's all upset, everybody's going crazy about Tim Walz. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. All you have to do now, and all Trump and the Republicans have to do, is focus on playing the tapes of Tim Walz and people in Minnesota who know him and know what he's about and know what he stands for. Because the same thing with Kamala Harris. Neither one of these clowns will have sat down with one media person. In fact, when they send you to their website, there's no all is on there is how much you want to contribute.
Mm-hmm.
There's no actual game plan, no policy being addressed. It's just all smoke and mirrors, smiling and rallies, just like Trump. But here's the thing that you guys missed this morning, and it's not my style. I'm not criticizing. I'm making an observation.
Yeah.
While we're talking about, Trump's letting them steal all of his thunder. What we're forgetting is not everybody is on Twitter. Not everybody who's out on their summer vacation, some getting ready to go back to school, are thinking about this election. Nobody knows who Tim Walz is. I thought he was the guy that was in all those great movies as a Nazi, remember? That's the great, what's the actor's name? He's a great actor. Walz is his last name.
No idea.
Yeah, I can't think of it. Yeah, no, he's a fantastic guy. Michael? No.
No. People know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And the other good thing is you had Cori Bush was eliminated yesterday.
Yep.
You had Jamal Bowman, Fire Alarm Bowman, knocked out.
Christoph
Waltz.
Yeah.
Great actor. And so we're seeing the squad is losing its power, yet the Democrats handed over the vice presidential spot to a guy that is adored by the squad.
Right. That's what I said
earlier. He's going to turn Minnesota into Mogadishu. He's going to give everybody tampons. And I don't know about you, but I've never met a young man or an old man who needs tampons in the bathroom.
Right.
Thank you.
You know what I'm saying?
No, you're exactly right.
So now here's the other part that I think everybody's missing about, Trump and how many people show up at rallies. Nobody cares about that anymore. Well, while they were doing this, staged rally in Philly yesterday, which was planned a week ago, and then Sherelle Parker gets up there and screams like a banshee. Sit down and shut up, all right, Sherelle? We already know your act. So,
but
Trump
Tony
was-
Sherelle, here's the thing with Sherelle Parker, and she was also on for quite a bit with what do you call him, fake strapper on CNN.
Fake strapper, yeah, Jake Strapper.
But here's the thing with her. Just remember that much like, you talked about Cori Bush being defeated, another squad Democrat, right, in St. Louis, boom, gets the boot after Representative Jamal Bowman. Think about what happened in Philadelphia here, in blue Philly. Guess what? The ultra-progressives, they got the boot here.
Yeah.
Sherelle represents, right, the reset with the old school Democrats pushing the reset button, saying, no, we don't want that far left.
Yeah, it's a great point.
Exactly, and most people are in the middle. Most people are on extreme left or right. But if anybody thinks that this ticket with Kamala and Walz is moderate, and the funniest part, I want to get to the Trump thing because I think it's an important note. Here you have everybody going crazy about this new ticket. But the interesting thing is, here's Nancy Pelosi, 84 years old, getting up every morning to go on Morning Joe now that Joe Biden is completely hiding somewhere.
Okay.
Meanwhile, and Dr. Jill and Hunter are nowhere to be seen. Are they still at the Olympics? So Joe Biden, his favorite show is Morning Joe, right? He listens to it. Meanwhile, why isn't Joe Biden going on a satellite link from Delaware or Washington, wherever he is, to give updates on the situation in the Middle East? Who's running the country, right? Who's in charge? Kamala Harris isn't running the country, right? Walz isn't running the country. He's not even running Minnesota. So who's running the country? If something happens and we have more violence in the Middle East and Israel retaliates or Hezbollah retaliates, who's going to be the one in control?
Yeah.
That's the biggest question. But now back to how does Trump overcome all of this new fangled, she's taking control and the country's going crazy. Yesterday, Trump was at Mar-a-Lago, and he invited this 23-year-old kid named Aiden Ross, who's a streamer, and he went to Mar-a-Lago. Now, of course, the left is complaining, he brought Trump a Tesla Cybertruck, and he brought him a Rolex watch for coming on his podcast. You know how many people watched that online yesterday? 100 million eyeballs on a 23-year-old streamer who has a lot of eyeballs.
Smart move.
And now, then the other big story is Trump and Elon Musk are going to sit down next Monday on Twitter for the first time. So tell me that's not going to reach a lot of eyeballs. So while everybody's worrying about what MSNBC has on and who Fox News has on and who's on what panel to discuss the impact of all of this, Trump's going to be reaching 300 million people next Monday night. He's on with these streamers. And it's not Trump because he's an old dude. Trump has people on his team, who are looking at how do we reach the young people.
Yeah.
Yep.
And here's a kid who's 23, has 100 million followers, and that's what's going on. All of these streamers out there now want to sit down with Trump, and Trump is willing to sit down with them. So while everybody's talking about sending money to Kamala, and you go to their website, and they have nothing on there except send more money, and let's get white dudes, there are streamers now that the Democrats are trying to hire, and they're turning them down because they're not offering them enough money. These young guys they want Trump on their podcast.
Yep.
Meanwhile, the Democrats are trying to get rappers and people to come on, but now that they know they were being paid, like Megan Thee Stallion, to go out and perform, everybody else is saying, well, where's my cut of the check? So that's the bottom line. That's the bottom line here.
No, it's
Trump
great
going
strategy.
on with Elon Musk is going to break the internet Monday.
Yeah.
That's something to look. That's going to break the internet.
Well, yeah, and Vivek Ramaswamy months and months and months ago during the primary season was begging Republicans get more involved on TikTok. You need to reach this 18 to 29 demo.
Exactly.
So it makes sense. Hey, hold on. We're going to get some more of your thoughts on the other side. Quick break. We'll wrap up the 8 o'clock hour with Bruno, and he's going to stick around into the 9 o'clock hour. It's Kayal and Company as we continue. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
As a roofer, I don't have time to fail. Homeowners rely on me, so I rely on Beacon. Beacon's unique network of branches work together to get me what I need when I need it. And with the Beacon Pro Plus app, I've got the brands I depend on, like GAF, right at my fingertips. Now through September 15th, purchase high-quality GAF with Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $1,500. Go to BECN.com or download the Beacon Pro Plus app today. Beacon, always building.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-790-1400. 800-790-1400.
With NJ Diet, you can lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. They have customers that have lost 37 pounds, 100 pounds, and over 120 pounds, and they've kept it off. You'll have more energy, and you'll probably see better lab results. NJ Diet uses your hair, saliva, and blood work to provide you personalized natural formulas and supplements so you can lose the weight, and DNA testing will help you keep it off. Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days, contractually guaranteed. Go to njdiet.com.
There's no need to wait. The time is always right at Colonial Hyundai. Hi, it's John Ashdale, the Cars Are. Today's the best day to buy a new car at Colonial. We have over 200 vehicles in stock. New Palisades, Konas, Tucsons, and the exciting EVs that have taken the world by storm, the Ioniq 5 and 6. We understand that everyone's needs, budgets, and challenges are different. But here at Colonial, we take the stress out of buying a new car. Big incentives, like $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed no matter the condition. The best financing in the business, no matter your credit, with rates as low as 0%. Plus, we streamline the buying process so you can be in and out of our dealership in no time without any unnecessary hassle or waiting. So why wait? Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com or visit us on Lincoln Highway in Downtown. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
0% financing applies on select 2024 new Hyundai models. $6,500 for your trade, not available on EVs. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for more details.
Offer not valid in all states or prohibited by law. Loans are subject to lender approval. See website for details.
Honey, the credit card bill came, and we're maxed out.
Great. Maxed out cards, rent is due, bills are piling up. We just need some extra cash to help us get by.
We should do what my brother did. He went to getcash.com and got $3,000.
With our bad credit?
Getcash.com is different. They're one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with any type of credit get up to $5,000.
I'm sure there's a lot of paperwork.
Nope. My brother said it was fast and easy. He did it right from his phone.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan of up to $5,000 in minutes, and your cash can hit your bank account as soon as the next day. Our lenders have millions of dollars to lend regardless of your credit history.
Great news! I went to getcash.com and we'll have our money as soon as tomorrow.
Wow, that is fast.
If you need extra cash, go to getcash.com. That's getcash.com. Getcash.com.
Let your savings take root and grow when you open a First Harvest Credit Union share or IRA certificate. Earn 5% APY on a 9-month certificate. That's right, 5% APY. To learn more about First Harvest share or IRA certificates or other savings options with amazing rates, visit firstharvestcu.com or visit your nearest branch. First Harvest Credit Union, serving the Delaware Valley for over 84 years. Membership restrictions apply, insured by NCUA.
For eligible individuals 18 and older only. Results vary. See website for details and important safety information.
How are your hearing aids sounding now?
A little tinny.
Okay, 2 seconds.
With Jabra Enhanced Select's premium package, better hearing doesn't happen in a doctor's office. It happens at home, all done remotely from initial testing to adjustments.
How are they sounding now?
Fantastic. So much better. You get the same advanced hearing aid technology and professional support you expect from a clinic at a fraction of the cost. And if you have any issues, we'll make adjustments 7 days a week, no charge. Oh, you people are wonderful. Our premium package includes hearing aids, 3 years of follow-up care, plus a 3-year warranty with loss and damage coverage, and a 100-day money-back guarantee. I hear better than I ever thought possible. Save $300 on Enhanced Select 500 hearing aids automatically at checkout. Just go to jabraenhance.com/try. That's JABRA enhance.com/try. jabraenhance.com/try.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Calling on Levittown. Hello there. To follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
850 Kayal and Company as we continue. Tony Bruno with us here on this Wednesday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. A lot to get to in the 9 o'clock hour as Tony will hang out with us on the other side from the men in women's sports conversation, as well as a kicker cashing in and beating cancel culture. And are the Phillies in panic mode? I know they beat the Dodgers last night, but we'll get Bruno's read on the Phillies before we wrap up. But I do want to go back to the big crux of the story, the main stuff we've been talking about all morning long, Tony. Obviously, you know, the Shapiro, Walz, Harris, Philadelphia dynamic, the Veep selection. And I want to kind of just hone in quickly here on the anti-Semitic stuff that's going on with this party. And you know it's bad when CNN's Van Jones is coming out and saying, we need to have a conversation about the anti-Jewish bigots in our party after Walz becomes the selection over Josh Shapiro. Jones said yesterday on CNN, quote, you can be for the Palestinians without being anti-Jewish and an anti-Jewish bigot, but there are some anti-Jewish bigots out there. And he went on and on and on about this. And I'm wondering how, you know, we talk about this Kamala Harris honeymoon thing. Does it come to a crashing halt in Chicago in about a week and a half if the expected pro-Palestinian demonstrations engulf Chicago and maybe take away some of the steam and the joy? I heard Tim Walz brings joy to the party. Does that change next week at the convention?
Only if he brings Joy Behar and Joy Reid to the convention. Then the joy is gone. Two of the most joyless people on earth, if I may add a personal aside. But you know what? The thing is, they're going to try to coast into this convention without doing any sit-down interviews, right? Without giving any idea of what they plan to do other than abortion and tampons and transgender surgeries. I mean, when their top issues are not ones that 90% of the people have in their top 10 things that they care about, when they don't talk about the economy or their plans to fix it, this is what we're in right now. We don't have to tell you anything because we've got momentum now. And sooner or later, they're going to have to sit down and answer tough questions. But in the meantime, the media keeps carrying water for them. And that's what they have going for them.
I have another observation regarding why Shapiro was not picked, other than the Jewish thing. Which
he's smarter than Kamala, and he would outshine her.
He would outshine her. Kamala, if you look at her history, deep down inside, she has to be a very insecure person. I mean, that's one of the reasons why she laughs all the time. She's just a very insecure person because she knows better than anybody how she got to where she is. And Shapiro,
and how's that, Miss Robin?
Yeah, well, dude, I won't go into detail,
Ladies,
but I have
I'll
stories.
let you guys discuss this.
Oh, come on now. What's going on here
No,
now?
seriously, like I have stories from one of Tony, like brother from another mother, who owned a restaurant, who talked about.
We have a lot of inside San Francisco Bay Area.
We have a lot of inside
here.
information about this particular woman and what she and Willie Brown did together.
We'll put this on the Kayal and Company premium channel, $9.99 a month if you want to subscribe.
But my point is, Shapiro was too ambitious. He outshines her. And
Plus, Fetterman also was not in his corner, and he didn't want him there either.
But everybody.
Thank you, John.
Shapiro, I think, was way too much of a threat for her, and she didn't like it. So she had to pick somebody that would not outshine her.
The bottom line is this, guys. It doesn't matter that they push Shapiro out of the way. Most Jewish people will still vote Democrat.
Yeah.
And that's the bottom line. It doesn't matter how they've become anti-Semitic, many of them. It doesn't matter how much the pro-Palestinian paid protesters go out in Philadelphia and any other city or even in Chicago at the upcoming convention. It matters because when it comes to voting, the same Jewish people who are being pushed out of their own schools, not allowed to go to their campuses, are going to vote Democrat. That's the bottom line.
855-839-1210 if you want to jump in with Tony Bruno. We'll come back, 9 o'clock hour. We'll get to some other thoughts with Tony outside of what transpired yesterday, and then Politics and Pints tickets available for you coming up at 9:20 this morning. It's Kayal and Company here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Are you tired of that dated old kitchen or bathroom? Ready for a refresh? You need to give my friends at Kitchen Magic a call. They've been transforming spaces quickly, beautifully, and affordably since 1979. From refacing to custom cabinets, backsplash, counters. Yes, you can get the kitchen you want now. Right now, they're offering 12 months of no payments, no interest financing, plus 10% off your remodel. Schedule your free in-home design consultation today. KitchenMagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
People are talking about Window Nation. One customer said,
"We couldn't be happier. This was a great experience."
Window Nation is about value, and this August, they're giving you a great value during their anniversary sale. Buy 2 windows and get 2 free. There's no limit on how much you could save. Plus, pay nothing for 24 months. Act now and get an extra $250 credit. Hurry, sale ends August 31st, so schedule a fast in-home estimate right now at 866-90NATION or at windownation.com.
This is Jordan Lundy.
And this is Len Lundy. Lundy Law has won billions for our clients.
But more importantly, we've won the trust and confidence of thousands of people injured in motor vehicle crashes, slip and fall accidents, and work-related injuries.
My son and I hope we never meet you because of an accident. But if we do, we're here for you.
Remember our name, Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com for a free consultation.
Your official home for Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app. Listen to every Nittany Lions game on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you ready for retirement? Have you prepared everything you need? Well, in Investor Schooling, we will teach you ways to better prepare for your retirement using real estate and the stock market. But you need to learn how to do it right, and that's what we teach. At Investor Schooling, we sell nothing but education. Come to Investor Schooling and learn how to have a better retirement. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now for this Thursday's class at 7 o'clock. Go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Tommy! I can't wait for golf this weekend, huh, buddy? Time flies. Love you, man. Oh, don't forget your knee brace again. We aren't in college anymore.
Moments together matter, so help protect yourself from RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV, and there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
At Skechers, we put the S in comfort.
Wait. Skechers put the S in comfort?
Yes, comfort you have to feel to believe. Skechers, we put the S in comfort.
Let me try. Okay, I'm just stepping in and... Oh, wow. Skechers put the S in comfort.
Duh. We told you.
Find Skechers slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano for my friend, dentist and board-certified prosthodontist Dr. Robert Bentz and the Bentz Dental Group. His state-of-the-art facility makes your dentistry as easy as can be. Recently, they had a permanent tooth put in, and you know how it is. In the past, you bite down, it's too high, it's always too high. The back and forth getting it just right. Well, not this time. With Dr. Bentz, it fit perfectly the first time. Call the Bentz Dental Group now, 610-272-6949. Visit BentzDentalGroup.com, 610-272-6949.
We don't care who you vote for in the upcoming election. You know why? Because this is not a political ad. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group meet with people every day wondering if they should be doing something different with their money because it's an election year. At Retire Ready Financial Group, we want you to know where your money is, how it's performing, and if the market does go down, how does it affect your retirement? We call it a portfolio snapshot, and we do it at no charge. Our goal is for you to have confidence as you enter retirement, confidence to spend, and confidence that you won't run out of money. Let's vote those election worries right out of your retirement. For your complimentary portfolio snapshot, call 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or go to retirereadyfg.com. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James B. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC. NPN number 2083768.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Oh, yeah, Kayal and Company, 9 o'clock hour here on a Wednesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Tony Bruno hanging out for another 15 minutes or so. 9 o'clock hour brought to you by Holland Floor, covering the region's premier flooring dealer. Reimagine your space with new carpet, tile, or area rugs. It can add character and a welcoming experience to your home. Showrooms in Wayne and Newtown, no charge samples, no obligation estimates. Learn more at hollandfloor.com. All right, politics and sports and social issues once again colliding, Tony Bruno. Two things here on the same subject. A lot of backlash even today, fresh off the weekend and what transpired late in the week last week at the Olympics when a biological male basically TKO'd a biological female in all of 46 seconds. A biological male from Algeria against a female from Italy. And now you've had many people that usually would not agree with men not having a space in women's sports or working for a network that don't permit that type of language. You got Nicole Shanahan, who's the running mate with RFK, super left. She says male boxers in Olympics versus females is a soul-crushing thing to witness. And then yesterday, ESPN's Kirk Herbstreit, the face of college football for the network, was asked on Twitter if men belong in women's sports. He said, absolutely not. It's a ridiculous question. I think we're getting to the point now where you're starting to see some left-wing people out there, or those who work for those networks, that are saying this is kind of ridiculous. Most of America agrees they should not be in female sports.
Exactly. And anybody who thinks that that's okay is not using their common sense. I mean, where are all the feminists? Where's Martina Navratilova? Where are all the Women's March people about this? And by the way, that dude won again yesterday, so he's going to win a gold medal beating up women in the Olympics. And I don't care what he identifies as. It's a dude. It's a dude. Okay? I don't care if he was born part woman. That's the problem. We have to try to massage the numbers so that biological men can beat women at their own sport. The fact that we even have to discuss this just shows you where we are as a world right now, not just as a nation. The fact that the Olympics and the IOC have not said we can't allow this just shows you that the Olympics, unfortunately, have jumped the shark.
Well, the more insane thing is that the International Boxing Association said that he was not allowed. They did the testing.
Exactly.
The organization that normally covers boxing said no, yet the Olympics are saying, yeah, sure.
By the way, shout out to Santo at 3KC's on X today. He says, Greg Stocker loving the Tony Bruno segment of the show this morning on my ride from Tucson to Phoenix. Lots of dirt house out here. So the fact that you can listen and participate on the 1210 segment or every morning on Kayal and Company, no matter where you are, now that you got internet in your car, bam, lock it in.
It's amazing. And by the way, just a cheap plug here. We now have a voice message feature on the Odyssey app. So if you're listening on the Odyssey app, you see that microphone. So hit that microphone, leave us a voice message. We'll play it around 9:45 every morning. So do that.
Now, if you're a hot woman and you go into the bathroom and leave me a voicemail, how's that going to play?
It's going to play great.
It'll play perfectly at 9:45.
Absolutely. You can tell me. Everybody on the YouTube chat is telling me how my takes stink this morning.
Yeah.
So just let me know on the voice message. Tell me how much.
Tell
they
them in
stink.
person on the
Thank you.
voicemail.
Have a take, don't suck. As Jim Rome once said, have a take, don't suck.
Now, here's one thing, Greg. You need to stop saying press the like button because there's nothing that actually says like.
Oh,
you need to say thumbs
It's
up.
the thumbs up. It's the thumbs up.
Do
Come
that.
on.
Do that. Hit the thumbs up.
Yes. Just pound it, right, Dawn?
You want to pound it
Oh, boy.
and then
Here we go.
do like a dry rub.
Everybody's scolding me this morning.
It's like
Not this
Spanking
reporter.
machine for
It's like
you.
study hall with Stalker.
Can I one real quick thing about the Algerian boxer?
Yes.
I went in sort of a deep dive because they're claiming that she is not trans, that she was born with
Both parts.
Well, not necessarily both parts,
Okay.
but that she was born with female parts, even though she's in a male body, if that makes sense. Now, my theory is that in Algeria, if that were known, that she would have been ostracized. So their parents just said, no, female parts, we're raising her as a girl.
Mhm.
Doesn't matter.
Doesn't
Because
play well
otherwise,
over there, yeah.
it doesn't play well over there.
Correct.
So I don't blame her and her family. I blame the Olympics for not taking that into consideration.
Exactly.
And 72% of people in the latest Rasmussen poll agree men have no business in women's sports. So this shouldn't be political, yet it is. Yet 3 out of every 4 Americans say, yeah, I mean, this is absurd. It shouldn't even be a controversial opinion. But again, Tony, this is the fringe left trying to force you to bend the knee and acquiesce to them when most people think they're the ones who are totally off their rocker with that opinion.
And the fact that people are afraid to say biological men don't belong in women's sports is just, to me, the dumbest thing I've ever seen. And I've seen a lot of dumb stuff. But this, we have to have the conversation. We don't need to have this conversation. Men do not belong in women's sports, period.
Yep.
We're not going back. We're not going back. Whatever that means.
Any sport that requires strength, period. Men do not belong in women's sports. Now, I mean, right now they're.
What about if men have periods? And tampon Tim Walz says, I'm going to give every man who votes for us a box of tampons.
Right now they're counting chess as a sport, right?
Yeah.
That one I don't care. That doesn't require strength.
Right, it's all mental. For sure.
Yeah.
I totally got you there. One other one that we got to give you an update on, and we talked about this for probably way too long because I didn't think it was controversial, and it's also not really a political story, but it became political. Harrison Butker, all the stuff that he went through after that commencement speech for saying, basically, and I'm paraphrasing here, my wife is a homemaker, she raises the family, and I think a lot of females growing up dream one day of being a wife and having kids and doing the mom and the wife thing at home, and the left tried to cancel him. So what does Andy Reid do? First of all, Andy Reid never bent the knee, stuck with his kicker, and now they have made him the highest paid kicker in the history of the NFL.
Yep.
How great of a story is that? Stick it right where the sun doesn't shine, cancel culture. Harrison
and then you
Butker
got
gets
woke
paid.
media people online saying it's unbelievable how when a player does something good for the team, it doesn't matter what he does to hurt the team's image, you're going to pay him. He kicked 2 game-winning Super Bowl kicks in crunch time when it mattered.
Yep.
That's why he got paid, not because he's a happy family man who has kids. And then Trey Wingo, a guy who's faded faster than a tan in Florida in December, is out there trying to pick up some more woke points.
Yep.
I mean, come on, man.
And then Harrison Butker, he negotiated that contract, the highest paying contract for a kicker, on his own. No lawyers, no agents, no nothing.
By the way, I do think it's a sin that kickers get paid more than morning radio hosts. I just want to
how many game-winning field goal kicks have you made, Nick? How many clutch pots have you made to win the club championship, or the what do they call it? When you're a member guest.
The member
How
guest.
many member guests have you won?
0, sir. They don't allow me in private facilities unless it's pro bono as a guest.
By the way, with this news of Harrison Butker,
Yeah.
are the Kansas City Chiefs a better organization than the Philadelphia Eagles?
610.
Well, the Eagles are the gold standard, but
we got Saquon.
Andy Reid's got how many Super Bowl rings now?
Yeah, he's got a lot.
Yeah.
He's got a lot. Speaking of Philadelphia sports, we'll wrap with this, Tony Bruno. I know we got a win last night. Many people probably didn't see it because it was on the West Coast. But the Phillies are definitely leaking oil, and the Braves are within striking distance. It's kind of, you look at the standings, and they're, 5, 6, somewhere in that.
6.5, right?
6.5
back.
Yeah, it's
6.5 up. And they still have the most wins in the National League. And if they beat the Dodgers today, and they played well against the Dodgers.
Yeah.
Matt Stram last night was good. Christoph Sanchez, they got like 14 hits. And they're controlling, Ohtani, who had a home run the other night. But to me, these are those lulls you go through in the season. The Phillies are leaking oil, but they've won 2 now of the last 3 after the horrific stretch. So I think once these guys get settled again and we start heading, to the crunch time, because every team goes through this during the course of the season.
Yeah,
and so the White Sox just lost, 21 straight games? So the Phillies aren't going to lose 21 games. They've gone after the All-Star break and all these moves and changes in the bullpen and adding different guys. I think they'll settle down. I'm not worried about them. And by the way, if they beat the Dodgers today, and they wind up with the same record at the end of the season, the Dodgers and the Phillies will have the advantage.
They already they already clinched that last night.
Are you sure?
Game 3
I thought
is tonight.
No, I think that they clinched it last night. I'm not 100% sure, but I believe.
No, I read this. I read the game story.
All right. Sorry.
It said today in the game story on NBC Sports Philly, where obviously they have the coverage, that if they beat the Dodgers today,
tonight,
then at the end of the season,
gotcha. Yep.
The Phillies would have the advantage
because
in head-to-head competition.
All right, so here's the poll question. The Braves, 6.5 back of the Phillies. Trump, 6.5 back of Kamala in Virginia. Who closes the gap first?
Trump. The polls change every day. Okay, so everybody who sits around and waits for polls, the only polls I wait for is lunchtime at Lou Turk's up there in Holcroft, up in that area, near the airport when I'm, waiting for a flight and delayed. Those are the only polls that matter to me.
Amen.
Thank you. But everybody who goes crazy over daily polls, it's ridiculous.
Great stuff, brother. Good stuff. Tony Bruno, so the storms have blown by. You're good, right?
No, it's been beautiful here. Now it's hot and tropical.
What can we expect?
Humid.
What can we expect? Because it's coming our way on Thursday.
Well, it's going to be the remnants. Living in Philly all those years, it always comes up the coast, and then you get the weekend of rain. And it's been a good summer so far, so people can't really complain up there. There's been a lot of great weekends to go to the shore, do your vacation stuff. But, when you get that house at the shore for this particular weekend and it's going to be rainy, you just go buy a $28 pizza on the boardwalk and go home and drink and eat. Just make sure if you're going to Ocean City, bring your own booze, stop at the Circle Liquor Store, load up because you don't want to be caught dry and wet at the same time. Wet outside, dry inside, that's a bad combination.
No,
that's
it's hot
traffic
enough,
and weather
though.
together right here.
If it's hot enough up there, you guys have to watch out for tornado warnings, right?
Yeah.
Well, I don't think it's going to be that. I don't
77.
think it's. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not too bad.
Is the high.
Yeah.
The Circle
Come on,
Liquor
Robin. What is this here? This isn't climate change. It's called summertime.
No,
this is what happens every summer.
When we were in New Jersey, we had tons of tornado warnings, and there was a really bad one.
Yeah, there was one tornado in the first time in decades. Was it climate change, Robin, or was it weather?
It was weather.
It's damn weather.
As Tony
I
Bruno,
think a wise man once said on this show, which I believe is still in the system somewhere, all these weather people now want to be climatologists. Just give me the damn 5-day forecast and just shut the hell up. 5-day forecast and try to be accurate. That's all I want.
That's all you want.
That's it.
why I have that on the board?
I don't know, but it's hysterical.
Because it's important. Those are the kinds of reminders we have to keep providing to the people out there who want to get suckered into listening to a weather meteorologist tell you about the climate.
All right.
Just give me the damn 5-day forecast and shut the
I
hell
think
up.
it's so awesome that even after all these years, Nick is right inside Tony's head and knows exactly what he wants to play.
No, so
I think that's Greg, actually, is more
that's the
inside
thing.
my head.
You got it wrong, Robin. After working with Bruno, Bruno always remains in your head.
Oh, that's what it is. Okay.
Yes. All right, we got to roll. Great stuff, guys. Thank you.
All right, kids, have a great one. Be careful out there. Bring an umbrella, wear your rubbers, and don't forget the slickers. Slicker.
Or the
I didn't
strapper.
even
strap,
or much like Tampon Tim. Shake
Tim.
your wife's hand before you give her that reluctant hug.
That was weird.
Come on, that's weird, right? Come on.
That's weird.
That's really weird.
It looks so uncomfortable.
It does.
Like they don't normally have
Yes.
any kind of affection for each other. It was very strange.
Beards? Are they beards?
Phil, we're not.
That's what I'm wondering.
Yeah, I mean, look,
Weird Walz.
He came out in favor of the gay stuff all way before any other Democrats.
Yeah, that's good for him.
And then Tim Scott said,
Who's against that? Nobody.
Phil's rolling right now. You can see the weird. It's just the shake, the handshake, and then the bro pat on the back.
Yeah. It's like
Yeah.
they
How
just,
about Dougie
left.
not so fresh, like shaking his hands out before he starts hugging and giving a little kiss to his wife?
Reluctant little peck on the lips, too.
Yeah, I mean,
At
that
least-
wasn't a good kiss. He kissed Jill Biden more passionately than he kissed his wife. He like shakes off his shoulder, like, oh, I got to go give her a
No,
kiss.
he
now.
was. I'll be fair to him. He was shaking down his sleeve.
Yeah.
It was like
No, watch Dougie
Yeah.
not so fresh again.
Yeah, no, he
Dougie, he was like doing his shoulder thing, like, oh.
but the waltzes,
Yeah, that's
they were
weird.
not waltzing.
Yeah.
No, they weren't. No.
No, it was like
was
they
awkward.
it was like they just agreed to terms at domestic relations.
Yeah.
Hey, bud. Thanks, bud. Talk to you later, bud.
Yeah, I'll give you that $1,200 a month.
Yeah.
It's the beard Walz.
We don't know anything, but we're just, it's putting pieces together here on Kayal and Company
Yes.
this morning.
That's what we do.
But we do.
That's-
This is
thank you.
deep thinking here.
Deep thinking.
As Tony
I love
Bruno
it.
once said, questioning the answers and answering the question.
Damn right.
All right, get out of here.
All right, good night, everybody.
There he
night,
is. Good
Love
night,
you guys.
everybody.
Eagles!
I'm glad they're okay. I was
Yes.
worried about them.
Yeah.
Yes. Physically, they're okay.
Storm.
Mentally, he might not be. Morning mystery movie clip coming up on the other side. Your chance for tickets to Politics and Pints. Stay right there.
40 days up to 40 pounds. Say it with me. 40 days up to 40 pounds. Visit njdiet.com or call 855-5NJ-DIET. That's 855-5NJ-DIET. 40 days up to 40 pounds. 40 days up to 40 pounds.
Are you worried about the state of the economy? Concerned about market crashes and rising inflation wiping out your savings? At Noble Gold Investments, we understand your fears and have a solution. Call us today at 1-888-403-1050. Imagine safeguarding you and your family with a tangible asset that has stood the test of time. Gold. With Noble Gold Investments, you can diversify your portfolio and protect your wealth from economic turmoil. Our team will guide you through the process, ensuring you make informed decisions that best suit your needs. Call Noble Gold Investments today at 1-888-403-1050. That's 1-888-403-1050. The future is uncertain. Take control now. Call 1-888-403-1050.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. My HCM impacted how I felt and what I could do. So I asked my cardiologist about treatment advances that gave me new options. That conversation was big for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol-Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com to learn more.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com. Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
Do you have a property that you no longer want? Maybe you inherited the property. Maybe you're underwater in the property. Or maybe you're just a tired landlord, tired of dealing with tenants. Listen, I can buy those properties, and I'll buy those properties fast. I can close in 2 weeks. I buy properties cash. My name is Larry Steinhaus. Give me a call at 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I will personally answer the call. You can also visit easyOutRealEstate.com. Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus from Investor Schooling. Did you know I have a radio show every Saturday from 1 to 3? It's called The Larry Steinhaus Show, and it's sponsored by Investor Schooling. On this show, you will learn things about finances and things about money that you never knew before. But even more of a reason to listen to this show is how much fun we have. If you haven't heard the banter between me, Omri, and Dr. Deb, you haven't heard the greatest show on earth. Listen to this show this Saturday at 1 o'clock right here on WPHT, and I promise you will learn something.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
Summer is here, which means pool days, beach trips, and yeah, you guessed it, traffic jams. Oh yeah, and heat waves. Don't let summer catch you by surprise. Get the local news you need, no matter what you're up to, with the free Odyssey app. And never miss a beat with alerts on breaking stories sent directly to your phone. Listen today on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Mustard. Yeah, baby, 9:22. It's a Wednesday. It's Kayal and Company. A lot to get to in the next 32 minutes. We'll get to Dawn's Big Three in just a moment. Our 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight presented by Window Nation in less than 15 minutes, and your voicemails coming up. But right now, let's give away a pair of tickets to Politics and Pints with our morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
So, Scotty P, what exactly do you do for a living?
Oh, Mom!
I work for A&J Amusements. I'm rocking that monkey maze, you know what I'm saying?
What the hell is the monkey maze?
It's like a terrifying death trap, but for little kids.
Hey, those are cool tats, man.
Oh, for real? Thank you, bro. You see the cobra?
Hey, what is this one? What's the one right there?
Oh, this?
Uh-huh.
That's my credo. No regrets.
Mm-hmm. How about that? You have no regrets?
Dad?
Nope.
Like not even a single letter?
No way. Not me.
Dad.
Well, I love them.
Think you know what it is? Be call at 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Once again today, a pair of tickets to Politics and Pints with Donald Trump Jr. It is coming up at the Scottish Rite Auditorium in Collingswood, New Jersey. In fact, we had a winner earlier this week from Collingswood, New Jersey.
Yeah.
It's going to be on September 12th. Each ticket also includes a copy of Letters to Trump. Tickets on sale at 1210WPHT.com. Caller 12-855-839-1210. Best of luck. See if we get our winner here in just a few minutes. In the meantime, let's get to some news. Time for Dawn Stensland's Big Three at 9:24.
It's the Big 3 and 9 on Kayal and Company.
Sponsored by Piazza Auto Group. Trump making headlines this morning, speaking out, saying, quote, the Harris-Walz ticket will turn America communist immediately. Meantime, the latest polls show a staggering 71% of Americans don't even know anything about Tim Walz, never heard of the guy. It's an NPR, PBS News, Marist National survey published just this morning, and they're saying that nobody ever heard of the guy.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Yep.
Unknown.
Oh,
Yep.
great. Now we're feeding stalkers' ego even more.
Thank you, Dawn. Thank you, Dawn, for...
A Kayal and Company follow-up. We had reported on this, and you'll remember it immediately. This is this huge 6'6", nearly 300-pound, about to turn 18 years old, who had just taken out a teacher's aide. And
that was in
remember
Florida,
the story
right?
in Florida?
Yeah, over the Nintendo.
Joan Nadich, 59-year-old mother of two, and the video went viral, and we played it, on YouTube, and Greg played it, and it's hard to watch.
Mm-hmm.
And she suffered physically. She lost her job. She lost her benefits. She lost everything.
Mm-hmm.
And then they did this sweet little plea deal. So he was just sentenced to 5 years in a Florida state prison, but expected to get out earlier. And she's just has spoken out again and just saying, how could this happen? She could have been killed.
If this kid only got 5 years in Florida, imagine what the sentence would look like here in Pennsylvania. We're talking probably less than a year, no time served, perhaps. And Florida's a big law and order state. Still only got 5 years. Ooh.
So Nadich, and will he appeal it? There's some people are saying that he and his team will appeal this. He's now, 18, 19 years
that
old.
lady's lucky to be alive.
Yeah.
Honestly. That kid could play left tackle for the Eagles.
She's saying she still suffers physically, but she lost her job that she had for nearly 19 years, lost her financial security, lost her health insurance, mom of two,
awful.
Teacher's aide. Where's the union? Teachers,
Yeah. Where's Randy Weingarten at today?
Not standing up for her.
Not shouting and yelling and jumping around?
Number 3, I'll go to Dirty Dozen. So this is, I love stories like this. The EPA, federal officials, releasing this emergency order suspending all use of an herbicide, however you say it, known as DCPA. This is a chemical that has been banned in Europe since 2009. They now admit that this weed killer, which is used on crops like broccoli, Brussels sprouts, cabbage, onions, has severe effects on unborn babies.
Oh.
And decreased, and can cause miscarriages, but also decreased IQ, low birth weights, impaired motor skills. So an emergency order, stop using this particular chemical, DCPA, known as Dactyl, it's a weed killer on these crops.
Wow, okay.
Because the impact on pregnant women, not pregnant people, pregnant women and unborn babies.
Wow, all right. Maybe this is why women, when they're pregnant, should just eat more pizza. Right? Cheat day every day. The hell with the greens.
The hell with that.
The greens will kill you.
So we are sponsored by Piazza Auto Group. During the Volkswagen Savvy Summer Sales event, you get 0.9% financing for 60 months or a $3,900 customer bonus on new 2024 Atlas models. Just visit Piazza Volkswagen of Ardmore and Langhorne. You can always visit them, piazzavw.com for all the details. Thank you, Piazza Auto Group, for sponsoring our Big Three.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Our movie that we played came out 11 years ago today, on this day in 2013. I think Joseph knows that. He's in New Britain, and he has the answer. Joseph, what movie did we just play for you?
We're the Millers.
Yes. And we're the Kayal and Companies. Congratulations. You got yourself the tickets for Politics and Pints.
I love it. I love that movie.
Beautiful, bro.
Me too.
Beautiful, Joe. We appreciate it. Thank you very much. And you will be seeing Donald Trump Jr. and Dom Giordano and Kayal and Company as we go on September 12th. All right, we'll come back. Veteran Spotlight in about 5 minutes, and then your voicemails. Still time to get them in.
Yep.
Odyssey app, hit the microphone, record it, see if it makes the air in 15 minutes. Back after this.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie. And one thing I've learned is that you buy a house, but you make it a home. Because with every fix, update, and renovation, it becomes a little more your own. So you need all your jobs done well. For nearly 30 years, Angie has helped millions of homeowners hire skilled pros for the projects that matter. From plumbing to electrical, roof repair to deck upgrades. So leave it to the pros who will get your jobs done well. Hire high-quality certified pros at Angie.com.
As a roofer, I'm always on the go. So I need to be able to get things done from anywhere. That's why I partnered with Beacon. With their unique Beacon Pro Plus app, I've got the brands I depend on, like GAF, right at my fingertips 24/7. I rely on Beacon because I never stop building, and neither do they. Now through September 15th, purchase GAF through Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $1,500. Go to BECN.com or download the Beacon Pro Plus app today. Beacon, always building.
Offer not valid in all states or prohibited by law. Loans are subject to lender approval. See website for details.
Honey, the credit card bill came, and we're maxed out.
Great. Maxed out cards, rent is due, bills are piling up. We just need some extra cash to help us get by.
We should do what my brother did. He went to GetCash.com and got $3,000.
With our bad credit?
GetCash.com is different. They're one of the largest personal loan networks. They can help people with any type of credit get up to $5,000.
I'm sure there's a lot of paperwork.
Nope. My brother said it was fast and easy. He did it right from his phone.
If you have a regular source of income, you can be approved for a loan of up to $5,000 in minutes, and your cash can hit your bank account as soon as the next day. Our lenders have millions of dollars to lend regardless of your credit history.
Great news! I went to GetCash.com and we'll have our money as soon as tomorrow.
Wow, that is fast.
If you need extra cash, go to GetCash.com. That's GetCash.com. GetCash.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential. But finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
40 days up to 40 pounds. Say it with me. 40 days up to 40 pounds. Shed that summer vacation weight by reaching out to NJ Diet. You will lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days and without any shots. NJ Diet is all natural. They use your hair, saliva, and blood work, along with bioenergetic scans to personalize natural solutions and supplements that get your body into the fat-burning zone so you can finally lose that weight. Then, NJ Diet uses DNA info to help you keep it off. Best of all, it's contractually guaranteed. You're fully supervised the entire time to make sure you are burning fat and not just losing water. You even get the doctor's personal email and phone number. Locations in Newark, Delaware, King of Prussia, and Cherry Hill, or available worldwide with live online video consultations. Call 855-5-NJ-DIET or schedule your consultation today by going to njdiet.com. That's njdiet.com. 40 days up to 40 pounds. 40 days up to 40 pounds.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
It's not magic. It's just great morning radio. It's Kayal and Company as we continue live on a Wednesday morning. You know, it's fun to talk about Trump and Biden and Harris and Shapiro, pronouns, sports, men, women, biological females. All that's great. But the thing that I truly love more than anything is speaking to first responders, police officers specifically, and of course our veterans. And whether it's the Bend to the Shore bike ride or the Travis Manion Foundation, these are things that I think 100% of people should agree on as far as backing the blue and, of course, supporting our vets. And every Wednesday to kick off a month, we welcome in a veteran. It's our 1210 WPHT Veteran Spotlight. It's brought to you by Window Nation. For all of your windows and door needs, visit windownation.com. And we kick off August with Kathy Christian. She's an Air Force veteran and also a veteran mentor, part of the Spartan Leadership Program at the Travis Manion Foundation, and she's joined us. You can see her on YouTube as well. Kathy, good morning. Thank you so much for your service and, of course, for your time today.
Hi, good morning. Thank you very much. Happy to be here.
Great to have you in. Let's go through your backdrop a little bit. A very interesting story as far as your combat career. You served 8 years in the Air Force. You obviously took part in Desert Storm. Take us through your life serving this country and what it meant to you.
So, sure, yeah. I was on an ROTC scholarship. I went to Syracuse University. And, when I joined the Air Force, it was during the Cold War. So I never thought I would actually see combat. We did a lot of, peacetime missions, tracking the Bear bombers from Russia to Cuba, in Iceland, that kind of thing. And then all of a sudden, the world changed for those of us that were serving at the time on August 2nd. And not very much after that, I was deployed to Saudi Arabia. The only female officer on my crew. I was there flying on the AWACS from November until March. 20-hour plus missions, trying to protect and just give the big picture to the planes that were flying at the time.
Mm-hmm. Very interesting quote that I read in 2020. You retired and you said, quote, "All I knew is that I wanted to give back to my community. I was done with corporate. It wasn't fueling me any longer. Enter the Travis Manion Foundation." And take us through that pandemic for you as you kind of made that pivot professionally.
Oh, sure. Yeah. So that, 25 years in corporate America was enough for me. I knew that my passion wasn't being fueled in terms of giving back to others as much as I knew I could. Of course, then the pandemic hit and I panicked, right? Because there were so many things going on and I wanted to give back and I wanted to figure out where that path was. But we were locked down and we couldn't really network and commune. So Travis Manion, I was part of when I was at Prudential, and I re-engaged with them, and thankfully so. I mean, through them, I found purpose and passion in terms of giving back to the community and being able to kind of share what I've learned in my Air Force career, my corporate career, giving back to the students for the future. And hoping that they can learn from my mistakes, quite frankly, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I think TMF is so great. And really the thing that always stands out to me is when you see so many people that are veterans that have served our country, I kind of liken it to being a professional athlete as far as being in combat. It's not something that's going to last your entire life. You have a short window. And then once you leave that passion, you have to fill up the hours of your day, and you need to find that purpose-driven life, and that's exactly what TMF does for so many veterans. What was it specifically about TMF that you kind of gravitated towards?
For me, it was the opportunity to really give back to the students. And to be honest, I really didn't know, I thought I was really wanting to give back to veterans and females. So students was I had worked with students in the past, but didn't really know that I had a huge passion and heart to really pay forward my experiences to that community. They've given me the opportunity to do that and to grow the Spartan Leadership Program. I've been in lots of leadership programs throughout my career, but that one is I really realized I was in the right place and I was doing the right things for myself at the moment.
We are chatting with Kathy Christian, Air Force veteran mentor, and a graduate of the Spartan Leadership Program for Travis Manion Foundation. It's our 1210 Veteran Spotlight, brought to you by Window Nation. I want to wrap by this. You look at the academic calendar. We're almost at back-to-school season again. Hard to believe the summer's almost over. But the academic year for you is already underway. Tell us a little bit about what you have going on with this year-long programming and what you have created for your students.
Yes, so I've been, my first introduction to, I think you're mentioning, LaGuardia Academy there in Philly.
Yep.
My introduction to them was the typical one day, go in for a Character Does Matter seminar. They ask us being Travis Manion, to do a character course, which is a monthly or weekly course in the different character traits. Since I was retired and I wanted them to have, them being the students, I wanted them to have consistency. I said I would go every month and make that commitment to them. They wanted to make sure that these students were then becoming the leaders of the school. And I thought there was an opportunity to build something bigger than just the program that we had done. And so I worked with the staff at Travis Manion and also at LaGuardia to create a leadership program for the students that took them through, practical life skills. So, for example, communication, teamwork, all the things you actually need to become and be aware of to be an effective leader. And so last year we started the program and we're going to continue it this year. And I just found out yesterday, my contacts at a local college are also interested in the program, and we'll be starting to teach something there in the fall as well.
Oh, very good. Kathy Christian, thank you so much for your time this morning. And of course, thank you for serving our great country. We are forever indebted. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
You are welcome. Kathy Christian, our August Spotlight veteran here, powered by WindowNation.com. For all your window and door needs, visit WindowNation.com. Another one coming up in September. Those details in a matter of weeks. All right, we got the voicemail machine fired up.
We do.
Let's find out what people spouted out on. And by the way, how do you do this, Greg? How do you find this if you want to leave us a voicemail?
You just open up the Odyssey app. If you're listening right now on the Odyssey app, there is a microphone there. Just click the microphone and talk into it 60 seconds, 30 seconds, 10 seconds, whatever you want to, and we will play it every day at this time, 9:45-ish, You know us, we're not very precise with stuff.
Right.
As close as we can get. And if you make the cut, it doesn't matter what you say. You can call one of us out, preferably me.
All right, let's find out what's on the voice machine.
Tony, this is JD's couch. I wanted to thank you for the flowers last week.
Oh, boy.
Keep in touch, you stallion.
Oh, boy. Oh, man.
Does that couch have slipcovers?
I would play all those cute, cuddly, lovable, middle America comments that the Democrats have made for Walz and play them against the backdrop of Minneapolis burning down.
Oh, my God.
The police station getting overrun, all the fires on the street. See how cute and cuddly that is.
I like it.
Guys, enjoy the show.
Yes, we enjoy that comment. He's already thinking ahead.
Writing the ads for the Trump campaign.
I know.
Nice.
Yeah.
Suze loves Jeffy here. Love Nick, Dawn, and Greg, and all of my friends on YouTube. And thank you for being a great part of every day.
Well, thank you.
Well, thanks for welcoming us in.
Is that Susie Loves Jeffy on YouTube?
Is that her? I don't know.
It might be. I like this. I'm putting names to these handles that we have here on the YouTube chat and on Twitter. Like, I'd like to know who Ornery Hounds is.
Yeah, that's an interesting name, by the way, Ornery Hounds.
Exactly.
This is Pretend Ozzy calling in. I have a tinfoil hat conspiracy theory that has some legs and some merit.
Okay.
Remember when Chucky Schumer was talking about, give us till this weekend, give us till the end of the week, and we'll take care of Trump and we'll take care of Biden and Pelosi. Oh, give us a few days and we'll see what happens. They took out the hit on Trump. You heard it here first. Tinfoil hat, pretend Aussie.
Wow.
I'm of the belief that it was inside job as well. I don't know if it was Schumer, though. But I will say this, pretty diabolical for a man who can't grill a burger and put cheese on to try to take out Trump and Joe in the same month.
It's amazing.
It's amazing content. Can't rule it out.
Dawn and the other dude.
Who's the... Whoa. Hold me up on the... Hey, start this from scratch again. Let me hear this.
Sorry. Hang on. Let me start this over here.
Okay.
Hey, Nick, Dawn, and the other dude. I was just calling in, just saying that George clip was kind of ridiculous.
George Stephanopoulos clip.
I think the left doesn't think that we have common sense, and everything that was brought up during that was just pretty much a nothing burger. Greg, you did mention about some bullet points. Yes, you should be fired.
Yes.
Dawn is the queen.
Thank you.
And other than that, obviously joking, but great show. And this is a cool little thing. I have 30 seconds left, but I'm not going to take it. See ya.
Yeah. It's like rollover minutes with Singular Wireless. Just bank them for next month. Boy, Nick, Dawn, and the other guy, it's more like...
I love it.
I want my Nick, Dawn, and Greg.
I love it. Keep the hate coming.
Newman Price, I just wanted to
Newman Price.
hop on and say that 1210 has got the best listener base in all of radio, starting off with Kayal and Company.
Thank you.
Then Dawn, then Dom, then Rich. Truly is amazing. All the programming that they bring you. Thank you, Stalker.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Everyone, have a great day, and you've been served.
You've been served.
Well, he serves subpoenas as a side hustle.
Oh, that's right. I heard
so he's,
that.
yeah.
Wow, he's one of those guys.
I ran into him at my old apartment complex. I'm getting out of my truck at like 10:50. I hear, "Hey, is that Nick Kayal over there?" I'm like,
"Oh my god!
Do I need to have like a helmet and a bulletproof vest on right now?" And he's like, "It's Newman Price."
It's amazing.
Like, hey,
Gina here. I just wanted to say I love the show.
Oh, thank you, Gina.
I listen to it all day long, at least until you guys are through. And then just wanted to mention, I'd like to see Dawn a little bit more, like I see Greg and Nick back up from the camera.
Back up from the camera.
So that I can see the whole you.
The whole you, Dawn.
If it's possible.
If it's possible.
Because the glare in your glasses is killing me.
Oh.
Thanks.
You know what it is?
What?
It's not, I can't back up because I need to be at my computer.
Yeah.
It's that the camera, when we reset it, it's like right in my face. We need to back up the camera like 2 feet.
TV people talking about TV things here.
Okay, listen. Boys in the back. And actually,
the camera is right there in my face.
Let's beta this live on the air.
This is for Austin. Move that camera back, please.
See it?
Move that camera back, yes.
Gotta go way back.
I agree with Gina. By the way, a very sultry voice.
Yeah.
Gina.
Sultry Gina.
Very sultry
We're
voice.
gonna get Gina on camera.
She does have valid points that you and I, Nick, are very back. Yeah,
I actually think I'm a little too far back if we're gonna get nitpicky here.
Well, we need to get
Yeah.
There's a reason you're far back.
Yeah, I know, I get it.
Dawn, I love your show.
Dawn.
I feel sorry that you got sucked in with that PJ guy. He called in Friday and was the most obnoxious, demeaning, disrespectful person. You gave him way too much time. Next time, for all of us favorite listeners, just knock him the hell off TV.
There you
Off
go.
of the radio. Thank you.
What happened, Dawn? I didn't give us the backstory here.
He was just this nasty guy, but we went with it because everybody got so fired up.
Was he a caller?
Yeah.
You should have banged him.
But
zapped him.
He was nasty because he was refusing to have the conversation.
Yeah.
He didn't want to talk about the policy,
Right.
or he just got emotional.
In his feelings,
his feelings, emotional, nasty.
All right, that's all we got for today.
All right.
Time.
I like that.
We'll do more tomorrow.
Yeah. But that was great. I love this idea. What a segment. All right, let's find out what's on tap for the Dawn show, and maybe PJ's listening and he'll get triggered by what Dawn has planned for her program.
Woo, that's right. Haha, you can get triggered. We have so much going on. We got the latest comments from DJT. We'll take you through the mayor of Philadelphia making a national splash and what they're saying about her, and what is Sherelle Parker? What can we discern from her as far as looking into the crystal ball of what happens in Pennsylvania? So all of that, great interviews, Great show, live and local, breaking news, all coming up.
All right, Dawn Show at the top of the hour. Now we find out what occurred today in music history.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, August 7th, we celebrate the birthday of Bruce Dickinson from Iron Maiden. Also, heavenly birthday shout-outs to Pete Wade from UFO and Felice Bryant, songwriter for the Everly Brothers. We also lost Dennis Thomas from Kool and the Gang on this day in 2021, and Marshall Grant, bassist for Johnny Cash in 2011. Singles include Hopelessly Devoted to You by Olivia Newton-John in 78, Paranoid by Sabbath in 70, Meatloaf's Paradise by the Dashboard Light also in 78, and The Invisible Man by Queen in 89. Albums include the debut by Garbage in 95, Frank Zappa's solo debut Lumpy Gravy in 67, Born Again by Sabbath in 83, and Blaze of Glory by John Bon Jovi in 1990. Also in 2017, a prehistoric crocodile was actually renamed in Lemmy Kilminster's honor. In 2002, 3 members of Oasis were injured in a taxi they were in during a U.S. tour in Indy, and the Police wrapped up their reunion tour in 2008. But lastly, on this day in 98, the music video for Baby One More Time by Britney Spears was actually shot in the same high school used to shoot the 1978 movie Grease. For Kayal
really?
Company,
I didn't know that.
I'm Phil Opquist. How about that little tidbit?
I had no idea.
All right,
Oh,
Phil.
look at that.
Nice work.
Yes.
That'll do it for us. Stay tuned. The Dawn Show is coming up next. We're back tomorrow morning for a Thursday at 6. But right now, Dawn Stensland with a word for kitchen magic.
Yeah, because maybe you're sick and tired of that dated old kitchen, or what about that bathroom, the dark 1980s or 1990s wallpaper? Ready for a refresh? You need to give my friends at Kitchen Magic a call. They have been transforming spaces quickly, beautifully, and affordably since 1979. From refacing to custom cabinets, backsplash, the counters. Yes, you can get the kitchen you want now. Right now, they're offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, plus 10% off your remodel. Just schedule your free in-home design consultation today. Do this right now. KitchenMagic.com. KitchenMagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
What if I told you your home movies are already past their prime? It's true. The magnetic tape used in VHS and camcorder tapes only